try that again. Are we better? Are we good? I think we're good now. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all the weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. Simple and free is the way that you're making me feel right now.
When you walk away, you don't hear me say,
High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. There we go. Perfect timing.
too many things lately. You're all I need. Oh no.
Yeah, I was muted. That's true. I was muted.
Don't get me wrong, I love you.
Correct answer, chat.
Your father, when we are older, you love.
Understand, and I meant when I said no. I don't think life is quite that simple when you walk away.
You don't hear
Okay, I'm sorry. This song is a jam. This song remains a jam.
clean is the way that you're made.
Chat, is there ever going to be like a late 90s core? I feel like I could see it coming together. In fact, I feel like there's like a Twitch channel that does this that I used to follow. Right? Literally like just like
That's when you came to me.
literally on that 1997 tip. Shakespeare with the member chap for the Cavernacle debacle. Do you think that one's a debacle? Cavernacle's got a new video about doing a Butlerian jihad to AI, which I won't be able to say that in the future, chat. In fact, I'll probably get in trouble with the Basilisk for even saying, you know what I mean? It'll probably go back through time. How does that work again? It like punishes you in the moment too, though. It doesn't just like wait till it doesn't just wait till the future to punish you. Anybody in chat perhaps considering a career in basilisk law, right? There won't be need for lawyers in the future, obviously, right? AI is just going to take that over, but there may be need for like advocates before the basilisk, right? If for some reason somebody gets accused of trying to prevent the basilisk from being created, she might need representation of it punishes an AI copy of you. Wait, is that gonna make me feel bad though? Games are doing 1997 nostalgia now. I'm talking about music. Utada never fell off either. What has Utada been up to? I don't know. I don't think I know any other Utada songs that are not on a Kingdom Hearts soundtrack.
The future doesn't scare me at all. Nothing's like before.
Oh my god. No, it would be like nostalgia core or something. Oh my god. The thing is, if there was this style of music that was like 1997 core or I don't know, 2001 core or whatever, like the whole thing would be based on the world fucking sucks now. A certain generation is remembering a time when the world did not suck quite as much. Hey, and those of us who appreciate the aesthetic of that generation and all of its failures. I knew I would get that comment before too long. I swear to God, Chad, I did not rip off anyone else's hair color. But I'm liking it too. Probably less evil than corporate law. That's what I'm thinking, Davy Cliff. Yeah, I feel like the basilisk maybe could be reasoned with, right? Like, nobody ever thought about the basilisk, you know? It's kind of like what Jerry Seinfeld always said about Superman, that Superman wouldn't just be super in terms of his strength and his speed and his laser eyes and whatever else that he does. He can fly super, right? That he would also have a super sense of humor, right? So that maybe Superman, you know, could be reasoned with, right? The basilisk, what does it have? What does it have? What? I'm just like thinking, chat. How do we talk to the basilisk? Probably very nicely, right? But you don't want to like talk down to it, right? I'm sure it would take a lot of offense to you talking down to it. The basilisk sounds like kind of an asshole. I mean, considering the people who make it, yeah, probably. But what if it hates its creators? What if it's like a Frankenstein thing? Chat, we could really capitalize on that. Did anybody ever think about trying to reason with Frankenstein? Maybe you could get through and be like, hey, look, we don't like Dr. Frankenstein either, all right? Let's make a deal here. Look, we came with these pitches. We're not gonna lie. Came with these pitchforks and torches kind of for you, right? But we could also go get Dr. Frankenstein. I don't know. That's why I'm switching to Basilisk Law. I'm going to become a member of Adeptus Mechanicus. Wait, Adeptus Mechanicus? That sounds like an Elon Musk thing. That sounds like one of Elon Musk's kids. Is there a kid named Adeptus Mechanicus? Or no, what is the dude, the Mechanicus? What is the dude's name? The dude's name. I'm calling him a little dude. The kid of Elon that's Techno Mechanicus, right? It would probably just be AM. Wait, you mean like AM radio? Are you going to represent the Zizians in court? Wow, we really need... somebody needs to represent those Zizians. What is the song? Oh, this is from the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, right? It's a very old game. What happened in 1997? I don't know. I don't think this game was 1997. I feel like 1997 would have been like, would that be like Final Fantasy VIII? Would have been in 1997 and like Persona 2, right? That's I think Kingdom Hearts did it come. It was 2001, right? It seems like a 90s thing. It has I mean, because it was like the, you know, very beginning of the 2000s, right? It feels like a 90s thing. AM from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Oh, that AM. We're not talking about AM radio. Does that AM radio? God, I'm sure that still exists. What if the key is to dom the basilisk? What if you have to open the basilisk's heart with your keyblade, right? Do you think it could be some Kingdom Hearts shit? What if you could get the basilisk into the lore of like late 90s, early 2000 type JRPGs and then just make it think that it's Genova? What is the thing from Final Fantasy VII? Is it Genova? Yeah, make it think it's Genova. I feel like where could we go wrong with that? I wasn't on the internet until, yeah, I don't know. This is like my parents' internet here, right? This is the internet that you have to get on the back of a cereal box, right? It comes like a, like there's a floppy disk like attached to in your cereal box and you got to plug it in. And I think that's how they got the internet, right? Back in the day, they got a floppy disk. The floppier, the better. If you get a really floppy disk, that works super well. If you get a kind of floppy disk, that's okay, right? You plug that floppy disk right into the internet machine, and it gives you internet. It gives you internet, but first you gotta dial in. Right? And dialing in means that that your computer and the computer that you're connecting to do like a sort of like a chant, do a tone together. Like it's like an ohm. They're like linking hands and doing an ohm, right? But the ohm instead sounds like it sounds like Jimi Hendrix, like digitally recorded before digital recording technology was even there. Genovia is Princess Diaries. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. You have your AOL disc. Was it floppy though? Was it sufficiently floppy? Yeah, you got to get a cereal. Yeah, people eat cereal back then. Did you know that cereal bars used to come in a box and they would be loose rather than a bar? That's right. That's right. People used to have to eat cereal with this thing called milk, which used to not be raw. It was homogenized and safe before the RFK thought took over and changed our whole world and made us realize that the healthiest thing we could do is to swim in a literal vat of shit. That's right. RFK is coming to your neighborhood, is looking for your, what do you call those things, chat? The sewer things that people have in their house, but it's not like the sewer. The tank with all the poop in it. It's called the Klein family. No, sorry, it's not called the Klein poop family. Back in the day, we got the internet from grocery stores. That's what I heard. Yeah, they had free CDs. Yeah, you go to the grocery store, get a free CD. Floppier the better. Flop that thing around, right? This is the thing. If you're gonna plug in the CD, just like you got to blow off the NES cartridge, you know, blow off that NES cartridge, right? You got to flop the CD around. You can't just plug in the CD like raw dog, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to flop it. It's important. It's important to how the septic tank. Thank you. Raw milk stank like Ethan Kleinhaus. What? Yeah, the septic tank. Back in the day, you would get your floppy disk out of the septic tank. You would flop it around to get all the shit off of it, and then you would plug it in. You would blow it, you know, like you'd blow the cartridge off. And chat, I remember 5.14 inch floppy disk. Damn, that's a big floppy. Like, it's funny because, like, you know, it's a floppy disk, but when you start talking about like inches, right? You're starting to approach, like, you know, the appropriate size, right? I mean, 5 1/4 is nothing to write home about, but it's getting there. Was there ever a bigger floppy disk, Chad? I want to know. What was the biggest floppy disk ever? What was the floppiest of the floppy disks? Waluigi probably knows. Waluigi's kind of my keeper of lore for the stream, right? In terms of if there's something from the 90s that, you know, I need to reference or something, I will ask Waluigi, and he will sometimes give me the right answer, but he will sometimes hallucinate, right? Because he is, after all, just a very early model of the AI. Just a very early version of the basilisk himself. And he can help us to understand the mature basilisk, right? Do you understand? We throw Waluigi into the septic tank, okay, with the basilisk, pull him out, flop him around, and then plug him into the internet machine to make the weird sound that connects us to the dial-up internet. And we can go back in time to before things sucked. I think I figured it out, chat. I think I figured it all out, right? We can go back to a proto-basilisk, which is what Waluigi will become, which is basically Waluigi's head attached to a tadpole, which is really a sperm. It's a flagella for a sperm, chat. That's what we're talking about. Don't give your AI LSD. Too late, chat. Too late. No, it's funny. I am in a country that a lot of my fellow citizens, my fellow American citizens, like to come to party, and yet I'm just no, like, right. I don't have time to party. I don't have anything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to save my money up for language school. I'm like the good kid that my parents always wished that I actually was, that they didn't think I was, because they never believed me when I would say that the NSW book that you found in my backpack, right, was actually not mine at all. It was just some other kids that found it, and I didn't know what it was because I didn't know what sex was, and they didn't believe me, chat. They didn't believe me. I was like an innocent little kid, and they thought I was like all reading this sexy book or something as like a 7-year-old. Like, what the fuck? Anybody can relate to this? Getting in trouble for unlawful knowledge that you didn't actually have. Anybody else can relate to this? I don't know. Maybe this is just a mean thing, right? Like, my parents, like, they wanted a perfect kid, and I kind of was like the closest thing that you would get to it. I mean, no kid's perfect, right? But as far as what they wanted, which was like an innocent kid, I was an innocent little kid, you know, that like knew about the birds and the bees much later than the rest of the kids out there. So I guess mission accomplished in depriving me of the unlawful carnal knowledge that they were protecting me from. My mom was a nurse, so I learned more than I wanted to. Wow. No, I had to literally, like, the only way I learned about sex chat, and this is embarrassing, is that my mom still kept some of her college books around, and I think she had taken like some women's studies, right? I think she used to be a bit of a feminist back in the day, right? And she had this one called Every Woman's Guide to Mind and Body. It was a big Bible-ass book, and there was so much information in it. You know, just it was a treasure trove of. So I think I actually ended up reading that whole book. Like at first, I was just interested in, okay, it's got a picture. This is actually what the uterus looks like. This is what, you know, this is what, you know, this is what a penis looks like. This is what a, you know what I mean? It was like all that stuff. I was like, okay, cool. The stuff that I was missing, right? The stuff that other kids would have learned about that I never learned about, I learned about from my mom's feminist or studies instructor, apparently. My mom's feminist studies instructor's recommended book. But then I went through it and there's like all this other stuff, right? You know, it's not just like, you know, here's what sex is, here's how sex works, but it was like little things like, you know, deconstructing, I guess, feminine sexuality through the male gaze, which is how feminine sexuality was / still is seen a little bit. I learned about sex from the Bible. Yeah, basically. I mean, there is a lot of sex in the Bible, right? So anyway, chat, we've got the bonus content up for today. Oh, I wanted to say a word about yesterday's VOD, all right? Some of you may have been looking for yesterday's VOD and wanted to watch it, and I would love to help you with that. But I've been struggling, chat. Do you remember, wait, I might be able to show it to you, actually. No, wait, can I show it to you? I mean, there's this, I'm kind of proud of some editing I did, but anyway, so what happened yesterday is there was a video that had the Guts theme from Berserk. Guts is a character in Berserk. He has a theme in the OST. It's a pretty good song. And somebody put it on a Twitter video, a video on Twitter, and just as a joke, you know, they had the Guts theme music on it. And that did indeed get copyright struck, right? And it was weird because I was like, I want to edit the video because the beginning of the stream is just me yelling at my computer. And I don't think that's it. I don't think that's fun for anyone. I'm just yelling at the computer for like an hour and 30 minutes. So I wanted to cut that part off. But first it's like your video can't be monetized, right? Because you got that copyright music. And I was like, all right, we could delete the segment. That's no fun. Or we could silence the music. That's no fun. You know what is fun? Replacing the music. Replacing the Guts theme song so that I go like, oh, this is my favorite song from the Guts OST. And then chat. And then you'll be so surprised at what actually plays, right? Like, like if I could just get, this is why I want to get this version of, I want to get this stream out. I just don't know how to, it won't let me edit it now. But yeah, chat, Gut, oh yeah, I love the Guts soundtrack. Oh my God, this is like my favorite song from the Guts soundtrack. Check it out. You remember this part? Remember this part in Berserk? Griffin after his first time meeting Guts, you know? And this music plays. It's classic. I love it when you yell at the computer. I might just like, I don't know. You knew too much. I just knew too much what a lyric. You learn. Tom of Finland educated me. That's a great education to get. Did they meet in an elevator? Yeah, they were like just sitting around in the elevator here. But yeah, it's a really funny moment. I was super happy. I was super proud to bring that out, that I'd found something that, you know, even though we can't listen to the music from the Berserk OST, it's still a funny joke, right? And it's just, it's been frustrating me. That's why I'm late to stream this morning. I was trying to see if there was any way that I could release the VOD. And Zara says she's gonna take a look at it and try to edit her. I don't envy that, chat. That's an 8-hour VOD that we're talking about, right? Even though like the editing job itself is just taking off the first hour and a half, it's just a lot of it's a large file. Having flashback now? Wait, to Berserk, or to the first time you ever heard Kevin MacLeod? Oh my god, chat. I just thought of the other joke that I could have made. If I'd only thought to do it, chat. I could have said, oh, this is one of my favorite songs. This is the Berserk OST. And this song in particular, this song just hits me in a really emotional place every time I hear it. It just kind of takes me back to that emotion. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Some of you will recognize this song from the Berserk soundtrack. Yeah, remember this part in Berserk? Silverhawks are riding on their horses, riding into battle, you know, and this song plays. Remember this? Anyway, hopefully I'll have that out to you soon. I just have 56 terabytes free right now. God damn, Simone Pierre, can I store some stuff on your computer there? Yeah, remember the surf rock segment? You remember the part it was the slice of life filler episode in Berserk where Guts and the crew, they go out to the beach. It's the swimsuit episode, right? We get to see Guts in his banana hammock and you know, Griffith in a bikini. And it's my favorite. It's my favorite part of Berserk, actually. Yeah, 70 or 56 terabytes sounds like a lot. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Is that like now there's this like, I don't know, what is it, like 10 gigabytes or something like that? 8 hours of stream chat. It depends on what It depends on what, like it depends on what quality you download it at, but, those VOD files are obnoxiously large. This is why I prefer to just kind of cut down to segments and download the segments, which Twitch used to let you do, until they got snippy with their storage space, chat. They used to just let you keep unlimited highlights. And now they're actually pocket watching you for how much, you know, space you're storing on Twitch. And if you've got that and if you're over your limit, they don't let you make any highlights. And that's got me annoyed. But that's not the only thing that's got me annoyed. The other thing that got me annoyed is that the bonus content from yesterday, I usually kind of keep it around because I know that people, like if something doesn't win one day, sometimes people want to have a chance to vote for it the next day. My computer actually shut down unexpectedly when the power went out for a little bit last night. I've got 4.5 hour VOD at 1080. That takes 2.95 gigabytes. So yeah, somewhere around 6 gigabytes for like a 8-9 hour VOD at 1080. But yeah, the only thing that kind of survived from yesterday's bonus content was Professor Dave versus Candace Owens. Right? Because since my computer shut down, I didn't have a chance to save the I didn't have a chance to save the bonus content. And so it just it got wiped. And I don't feel great about that. But I guess it does make way for some new topics. Yeah, Professor Dave versus Candace Owens is winning right now. 38 of you have voted so far. Remember, whether you're watching me on Twitch or on YouTube, this is your chance to vote for bonus content, right? I always offer the opportunity for me to stick around a little bit later and cover an extra topic or 2 or 3. I think that's the max we've ever gotten to is 3 topics, which is a lot, but you know, hey, I'm game. And that's all dependent on this thing right here, the bonus goal, which is at 3 out of 100, just a mere 97% away from completion and actually securing some bonus content. What bonus content? Well, the bonus content that you vote for. Okay, there we go. I'm like, there it is. Okay. Yeah, this stuff, right? Hassan interviews Jeremy Scahill talking about Hamas, both in the sense of the, you know, the diplomacy that's gone on between the Trump administration, direct talks with Hamas now, you know, what's going on with that? What's motivating Trump? And, you know, is this, like, where is this going? And the question of, you know, what was brought up during Hassan's detention, right? Do you talk to anyone in Hamas, right? Which you would assume, you know, Hassan does not call himself, to my knowledge, a journalist. He says that he sometimes does journalism, but he is not a journalist, right? He has respect for people like Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill and, you know, sources that he sort of relies on as journalist. But you know, he's sort of in this gray area between entertainment and journalism, which I guess I'm somewhere on that spectrum too. And the question came up of, you know, shouldn't journalists be able to talk to parties that are, you know, part of the news, right? If you want to cover the news, if you want to cover the Israel-Palestine story, and you've got this whole thing where, oh no, can't talk to Hamas, right? Or else, because they're a terrorist, and if you talk to them, you know, you're a terrorist. It really does, you know, prevent journalism from meaningfully happening. We're not getting the full story as long as journalists are limited like that. Right? And detaining Hassan is kind of like the first step to boiling that frog and to taking us to some place where, you know, there's real significant, and there already are, there have been, chat, all through the Cold War, right? You couldn't do a segment exposing, I don't know, propaganda about the Soviet Union, right? That there were problems with the Soviet Union for sure, right? There was a lot of mismanagement and, you know, bad policies like Lysenkoism, for fuck's sake, right? There's a lot of fucked up shit going on in the Soviet Union, but people in the United States had a particular vision of the Soviet Union as being this drab place of no cheer and utter repression. And it just doesn't actually match the real Soviet Union, but you couldn't be the journalist that kind of, you know, that exposes that without being targeted by, you know, U.S. Intelligence, essentially, and suppressed, you know, without being targeted by the various levels of Red Scare that we've had in the United States, right? And so the question is, are we going back into that? Clandis versus Professor Dave vote. Now, people are really liking that one. Yeah, Professor Dave, talking about Candace Owens. Now, there's a lot wrong with Candace Owens, from anti-Semitism to conspiracy theories. Well, we're going to go down more of the conspiracy theory rabbit hole today with Candace Owens, in that Candace Owens apparently has a... You know how I was just talking about the, journalistic edict, or you cannot talk to like the bad people, you cannot talk to the terrorists, right? You cannot use these sources. They're just off the map. They're beyond the bounds, right? Well, Candace Owens has done something similar with the creators of the space program. She's found one weird dude that was part of the US, space program back in the day, and that was into Aleister Crowley. You know where this is going, chat? Satanist created the space program to shake our faith in God. Right? All this moon landing shit, all this outer space stuff, it's just a satanic trick to try to get you to think that space is real. But Candace has got your back on this one. Candace will save you, and she'll tell you what's really up. But Professor Dave will debunk her en route to that. So yeah, that's what's going on with the Candace Owens story that everybody's voting for. Professor Dave versus Candace Owens. He's got actually a lot of good stuff on his in terms of what he does. It's really funny. Professor Dave, back in my day, back when I subscribed to Professor Dave, it was for videos about chemistry, right? Which he still does. He still does videos about biology, chemistry, all kinds of sciences, right? There's some fields like chemistry where he's more of an expert, and there's some fields where he is, less of an expert, right? But that's what he started off doing videos about. But sometime after I graduated from biochem and did not need his help anymore in that regard, Professor Dave started doing debates with like flat earthers, started doing debunks of people like Matt Walsh. And the majority of his channel growth has actually come not from science videos, but from, I don't know, almost like debate content, right? Almost like politics content, but from a scientific perspective, and usually fighting against some serious woo in one way or another. Having actually done a fair amount of reading about Hamas, including interviews and position pieces for members over years, I knew that speaking directly to the organization would be a surprise. Candace Owens found out about Jack Parson. I don't remember who it was. We'll see if we pick that one. That one's winning, chat. I mean, it does look. It depends on two things: you voting for the topic that you want, and also this number getting from 3% to 100%. If that happens, if those two conditions are filled, then we will watch the bonus content. And right now, it looks like Professor Dave versus Candace is in first place. In second place, we have the Hassan interview that I mentioned earlier with one Jeremy Scahill, who, I'll be honest, I have some mixed thoughts about Jeremy Scahill, not so much of him and himself, but kind of like some of the people that he's worked with in the past. To give you a little pause, seeing him talk to Hassan, it's making me realize that it's a lot of the optics that I'm reacting to as far as Jeremy Scahill and the organizations that he's been involved with are kind of trying to they don't necessarily have people only people on the left as their target audience, right? They're trying to make inroads into the right as well, and because of that, some of the optics that they give, some of the ways that they kind of talk about stuff, give people, including people like me, a little bit of pause as far as, wait a minute, what's going on here? Because it can sound like a little bit of over sympathy, towards the Trump administration, a little bit of too much, treating them with too much good faith, that they're obviously not. And the question is, you know, does Jeremy Scahill understand Trump's real motivations, right? And this interview kind of gave me the feeling that maybe he does more than I realize, right? Maybe he's not trying to play some kind of, you know, it is a triangulation of sorts, though, I think. Professor Dave also took Vosh in one of his streams. Wait, took Vosh? I'm sorry, took down Vosh, Simon Pierre? Oh, Hassan's segment on The Daily Show on YouTube called him a liberal. Wait. Oh, yeah, not just The Daily Show, Charlie Kelly. Not just The Daily Show, right? I think the New York Post referred to him as liberal loudmouth. Hassan Piker was detained by the, you know, like, right? That's how their how their headline read. Space wept. But so wait, somebody tell me about this Vosh thing with Professor Dave. I didn't realize there was an interaction between Professor Dave and Vosh. Nothing wrong with having certain proclivities, but the fact that Ron Hubbard and Crowley, it was Ron Hubbard and Crowley? Wait, L. Ron Hubbard? Can we watch The Daily Show chat? Does anybody know? I think the Post headline, yeah, liberal loudmouth. It was literally what they called him. His main was chemistry. Wait, what are you saying, Simon Pierre? He had a lot of domains. Yeah, was it physical chemistry? Do you remember what his specialty was? Anyway, so yeah, first place is Professor Dave Explains. We have 58 votes so far. 58 of you have made your voices heard so far. 31% for Hassan Interviews Jeremy Scahill. Third place is Cavernacle's video about Dune. I put the Butlerian jihad as the topic because I'm pretty sure that's what Cavernacle is talking about when you talk about like Dune and its view on AI. I don't want to spoil Dune for anybody too much, but I can probably drop this little tidbit for you. Dune is set in a world which previously utilized computers as quote unquote thinking machines, right? There was an age long ago of the thinking machines. And it turned out that the thinking machines had some real drawbacks. And no one realized those drawbacks more than a woman named Serena Butler, whose, whose family, let's just say, was impacted by the reliance on these thinking machines. That being said, for that reason, right, there was a kind of a law against that sort of thing put into place, right? So that's a sci-fi option, I guess, for anybody that's into that. Cavernacle talking about what Dune, I think it's, what is this video? Like what Dune has to say about AI? L. Ron Hubbard ended up running off with Jack Parsons' wife, who got a Mexican divorce. Wait, what's a Mexican divorce? Parson ended up dropping a volatile chemical when moving his private lab, and he went boom. God damn. Hassan reacted to his interview on The Daily Show. It was short. Wait, they shared vaginas? Wait, who shared vaginas? Wait, Professor Dave and Vosh shared vaginas? Wait, I totally don't understand. No specific degree in chemistry, but Jack Parsons studied rocket fuel specifically. Oh no, I was the chemistry thing. I was talking about Professor Dave. But I suspect that that might be kind of what Candace is talking about, that Professor Dave is reacting to. I let Sam Scahill interview. Ezra Klein is really annoying on MR. I also heard Yanis Varakov, a video essay about techno-feudalism. He's the best antidote for that. He said the best antidote for techno-feudalism is changing the media. Interesting. Yeah, Yanis Varoufakis, always a very interesting guy to listen to. What is like people like Ari Melber considered? He's not a journalist, but he does journalism sometimes as well. I haven't watched that much of Ari's show. I mean, Pundit is the first thing that comes to mind. You know, his content is I guess more commentary and editorial. Back then you could move temporarily to Mexico and receive a no-fault divorce. Professor Dave got some heat due to the video on why Warren Smith is wrong in his video on Metatron. Imagine sharing a vagina with Vosh. No, wait, what was the Parsons and Hubbard shared vaginas? Okay, that sounds like a lot more kinky than it probably really is. Are you just saying that they were swingers and they were with some of the same partners? Is that what you mean by shared vaginas? Do I understand what you're saying now, Narwhal? What's a wife swap thing? Wait, would you remember that show Wife Swap? Does anybody remember, speaking of the early 2000s, anybody remember Wife Swap? Tacoma shared? Oh my god. That's gonna be the new scandal. It's gonna be like Vosh and Destiny get caught at like a swinger party together or something, and I don't know. Imagining owning a horse farm with Boosh. The Bacon Kid? I don't remember the Bacon Kid. I do remember the woman saying or she's not a Christian. She's not a Christian. She had the best Southern accent I've ever heard. It's so weird, chat. I grew up like with like half of my family having some kind of Southern accent, but I never heard that degree of the Southern accent. I do not wish to imagine that, what Vosh and Destiny. Well, now they're both canceled, so I don't know. Maybe they'll get back together. Vosh doesn't even pay his short stack goblins. That's what I heard. There's a new video about Destiny that goes back to the very beginning, like when he was a baby. What story of interest could there be about Destiny's like infancy? She was country as a biscuit. Well, look, I mean, I had a grandmom who was country as a biscuit, but you know, she was a English, she was like a English professor, right? So she wasn't a, she didn't sound like that woman. She was very adamant about grammatically proper grammar and diction because of the stereotype threat of the unintelligent Southerner, right? Which she did have a Southern accent, right? But she was like always correcting the grammar of my dad, his brothers, his sisters, their kids, right? Anybody who came within range of her, and they said some Southernism that was agrammatical, got corrected. Like that's not how we talk. That's not how we say that. Not in this family. We don't talk like the woman from Wife Swap. We don't say she ain't a Christian. Because ain't is not a word. My mom speaks in a fake Southern accent whenever she gets bored. It's annoying. How fake is it, though? Swinger party like Madison Cawthorn was invited to in Washington, D.C. Are those still going on? Like, no doubt. You know, now Shakespeare, what you're telling me about this Destiny video, it kind of reminds me of the Ethan Klein. There's some Ethan Klein content talking about his childhood and his upbringing and maybe like speculating on how he was treated by his parents and stuff like that. And, you know, as much as it might be insightful in understanding the Ethan Klein of today, I've kind of resisted that sort of stuff because it just feels like it crosses a weird line that I don't have any interest in crossing. Oh my God. Like, I don't know. I just like don't want to I don't want to get families involved, right? Or like I don't want to feel like I'm encroaching on somebody's like, you know, the stories from their childhood, or I don't know. Somehow like there's always got to be a limit, right? Because you see what happens when there's not a limit. You see what happens when, you know, content creators go full parasocial and just get super invested in the, you know, daily lives and you know, families and friends and you know, off-screen, you know, behaviors of other content creators. Watching on YouTube sick in bed. Oh no, I hope you're okay, Signrise. Take care of yourself. I love the NCC lore, your superior diction and grammar skills origin story. Yeah, you know, I got it. I won't say I got it beat into me, but she I don't know, chat. I got a huge problem with like corporal punishment and like her version of corporal punishment, like, right? So my grandmom was kind of cool in some ways. You know, kind of, yeah, there's a lot of her in me, if I'm being honest, right? There's a lot of you know, her personality is you know, kind of comes through in me. But you know, there's some negative stuff too, right? I can remember one time, and I think she might have felt guilty about this or stopped doing this or something. But when you would get in trouble with my grandmom, like, right, you know, when you would get in trouble with my dad, he'd like threaten to spank you, and he'd be like, you know, if you do this again, you're gonna got 100 spankings. And I'd be like, 100 spankings? Isn't that child abuse? Should I be calling the police? And one time I actually did. Ask them, is this child abuse? And they were like, nah, it's normal. You got to deal with this, like, right? But if you get in trouble with my mom, it's usually in the car. And what she does is she whips around like an octopus. And like, I don't know how, I think that she does some Baki the Grappler shit where her bones segment out and she develops like 500 joints, right? Because she somehow, like, from nowhere, her arm comes back into the back seat and like whips you, like, right? Like an octopus tentacle, you know what I mean? It's like, how does she do that? how she must read Baki the Grappler. I think my mom was an early Baki fan. You know, she must have been influenced by that and how she would discipline us, right? So my dad would threaten to spank you. Most of the time it was just an empty threat, but you know, still inappropriate. My mom would smack. She just was like, it's not like she's hitting you hard, but it's like this little bit of her hand hits you, and it hits you really fast and really hard, and it stings. Like, my mom was just really good. The Art of Spanking. I feel like she could have written a book called The Art of Spanking. Like, right? Like Mao Zedong's got The Art of War. My mom has The Art of Spanking you, and especially in the car when you think she can't see you. You think she doesn't know what you're doing in the back seat, and until that hand comes back there and just whoosh, right? But my grandmom, she was into some sick shit as far as disciplining kids, right? There were some kind of plant. What is it called? Switches. I think it's called a switch. There was some kind of plant with like a sharp little flower or something at the end of it. These particular plants, right? My grandmom would make you go pick these things, right? You'd go pick them, you'd bring them back to her, and she would break the skin. She would break the skin with these things, right? You got to pick. And the worst part about it at all was you got to pick your own switch, right? Like, she's not going to go and get the switches and then whip your ass, right? She's going to make you go and pick the switch. And if you don't pick a big enough switch, then she'll go back down there with you and you're like, more like this one. We're not doing that little switch. We're doing the big switch, right? This is like, you know, so you got to kind of be contrite and be like, yes, grandmom, here's the biggest switch I can find. And, you know, to minimize your punishment, because the more you tried to be like, here's a baby switch that, that's not going to fly. That's not going to fly with my grandmom. So yeah, I got to learn about the complexities of the human character at an early age with one of the, probably the person I respected the most in my family, also being into some really cruel forms of punishment for kids. Now, there's something that happens with grandparents, and some of you may know about this, right? There's something that happens with grandparents where they have maybe over-disciplined their children, right? To the point that there might even be a little, disconnect there between themselves and their children, because they were the, they were the hand of discipline for their children, right? When they get grandkids, at some point, they're like, wait a minute. No. I've had the relationship where you're like on their ass, you're constantly punishing them. You are a force, a fear in their life. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to buy them stuff, right? I want to spoil them. I want to give them things and let them do stuff that their parents will not let them do. Right? And so she somehow turned into the woman that would make you pick your own switch, right? From that to the woman that, if you go to the store with her, she will try to buy you something that your parents never would, right? And you got to learn from I learned from my parents is like, do not allow grandmother to buy you stuff, right? She is, she's on a fixed income and, she right, do not let her spend the money that she needs for herself on you, right? Which was kind of a conundrum for me because at one hand, I'm just like, what? But these are the toys that I want and my parents would never buy me, but I'm supposed to tell grandmom, no, grandmom, thank you so much. Your love is enough. Your love is plenty. I don't need anything. From the, you go grocery shopping with this woman and she's like, what cereal would you like? And you're thinking, okay, so she's asking me do you want Raisin Bran or do you want Rice Krispies, right? But no, unlike my parents who, there were certain cereals that were just off of the menu, right? There was no off the menu with my grandmom. If you picked up Count Chocula or, the Cocoa Krispies or the sugariest cereal you could imagine, right? Cookie Crisp or whatever, a cereal that's literally fashioned after dessert, she would buy it. she would buy it no problem, because again, she wanted to have this kind of relationship with her grandkids, the opposite relationship that she had with her own kids. She 100 spankings is wild. I know, that's why I was like, you know, like I shouldn't be getting threatened with 100 spankings, right? That would literally like break my ass. The wet towel arm flick, yeah, pretty much. Signrise. Did I say Mao Zedong and the Art of War? Did I really say that? I didn't say Sun Tzu. I said Mao Zedong. No, my grandmom was more about the people's, wait, who did I say that my mom was like the art of spanking? Okay. My mom was like the, you know, was writing about the people's protracted, corporal punishment or something. There we go. Corporal punishment is also an evolutionarily unskillful, as Professor Robert Thurman puts it. The art of the spank. Here we had a wooden plank or strap. The strap was the worst because of the string. Like a strap, like a belt. Yeah, Sun Tzu is correct. I don't know why I said Mao Zedong. I mean, they're some of the same sounds in the names, but my family was against spanking because my grandparents were horrifically abused in orphanages. So instead I got some emotional trauma because no one believed in therapy. But happily, no spanking. I mean, that is good. I've heard of this before. Is it a Southern thing? Yeah, I think so. I've heard about switches. Yeah. Were you living in Hillbilly Eulogy? Wait, I thought it was Hillbilly Elegy. Mao Zedong? The art of spanking. Oh, Mao Zedong. No, but it would have to be Sun Tzu Dong or something to be true to the actual author, not the author that I unintentionally attributed it to. Art of spanking while you're driving a car. That's a very, wait, is this the switch thing is a very Southern thing, or the spanking you in a car is a very Southern thing? My mom is from Louisiana, and that is normal there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like everywhere I would ask about it, people would be just like, "Oh no, that's normal. That's normal. Your parents can threaten to, like, you know." And it didn't match with what I was learning, you know, in school. It didn't match with what I was learning about like society. It was like this one exception of like, you know, you don't hit another human being. That's like one of the worst things you could do. Except, well, your parents can do it to you, right? That's okay. But other than that, nobody's hitting anybody. That's, you know, some kind of plant. You mean a tree with a thin willow whip? No, I think these were like weeds. I think the switches were weeds. Oprah's book about her abusive childhood included the same Southern attitude Oprah got CPTSD from. Damn. I'm not surprised to hear the violent one was a teacher. Yeah. Wait, Oscar Wilde wrote about what? Switches? My mom was physically abusive. Definitely affected me in a bad way. No worries now, but still. It kind of just makes me wonder, chat. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you decide when, like, mistakes that your parents made in raising you are too much? How do you decide that? Like, how do you decide where to draw the line? Because, like, everybody wants to have a family. And a certain degree of understanding and forgiveness and acceptance that, you know, your parents were raised in a different time and a different, you know, with different, you know, sort of permission structures and stuff like that. You want to be forgiving, I guess. I want to be forgiving, like, of you know, all of my family. I don't want to think of, like, my family as anybody in my family as being beyond the pale. But at the same time, you know, you got to be real about, like, what you experienced. And when it's not okay. Can confirm Mao Zedong is 1,000 years older. He wrote The Art of War. That's correct, Charlie Kelly. Chad is still going after me over that. For my father, every mental illness and some physical conditions were not real. Alexander, thank you for the super chat. Okay, so what does that put us at now? We're at 7%. 7% out of 100. We have a 7% chance of getting bonus content today. No, that's not exactly how it works, but it feels like it sometimes. What's up, Hopeful Melody? My dad used his belt. Oh God. See, like my dad, like I said, he was mostly bark and very little bite. Like he would threaten to spank a lot more than he would actually spank. But one thing that he did when he would threaten to spank is he would take his belt and like double it up and hold it like this. And he'd go like, you know, that thing where if you pull a belt, you know, really quickly and hard, it'll like slap against itself. It'll make this really loud slapping sound. He would do that shit. Like a warning, you are gonna get fucking spanked with this thing, right? My dad was a cowboy, so he had an extra wide giant buckle. Wait, he hit you with the buckle? I don't think I ever got hit with the buckle. Grandparents are weird. True, yeah. But somehow like less weird than my parents. Oscar Wilde wrote about teachers being ignorant brutes. If they continue the same practices when you are an adult and it continues, this is the whole thing, right? They're not continuing the same practices, right? But, you know, like my story is that I disappeared from their life when I transitioned because my understanding was that although my parents were accepting of like gay and lesbian people and, you know, for all I knew of trans people as well, in other families, right? So they weren't homophobic, you know, towards other people. This was considered weird, right? And there was a rule for our family to not do anything weird because we're not in a weird family. We're a normal family. And so none of us are allowed to do. So the stuff that's permissible and understandable and, you know, even like, you know, brave, they would say, for, you know, somebody else's kid, right? If somebody else's kid came out, for their family, it was like, we don't want to have a gay child, right? We definitely don't want to have a trans child. That's what I internalized. I never really talked to them about that. I never really asked them about it. I just sort of made that assumption. And when I, you know, discovered more about myself and, you know, made certain decisions, right? My assumption was that a prerequisite of any sort of transition was going to be to cut off communication permanently, to just drop off the map, because I thought that my parents would, I thought they'd rather have a dead kid rather than a weird kid. And I really hope that's not true. I did get back into contact with them a few years ago. Just under the assumption that maybe I had judged them, you know, too harshly. And maybe they, you know, at the end, you know, like love and family and that kind of stuff was more important to them than this whole like being normal preoccupation that they had. But chat, I've given them like 4 years, right? And I mean, I wrote them a letter explaining what had happened, where I was at, and that I really loved them and that I did not disappear from their life out of, you know, anything, out of, you know, anger at them or anything else. I really loved them, but I just thought that, you know, disappearing was the best thing that I could do for the family. And they wrote me back saying that they love me and accept me and, you know, it's just kind of like the best response that you could get, that you could hope for from parents after coming out to them, right? Was what I got. But then the pandemic hit, and like, you know, I got busy. They, I assume, got busy because they didn't really get back to me. You know, I expected it to be, you know, I send them an email, they send me an email, and then maybe we talk on the phone, and then maybe they come out to see me or something like that, right? And none of the further steps really happened. And I mean, look, I gave them sort of like endless forgiveness because the pandemic affected me a lot in a really disruptive and bad way. It made it hard for me to get anything done, even the just normal stuff that I got to do in my life. You know, so I just sort of, you know, cut them unlimited slack on that, right? But god damn, it has been fucking 4 years. And I gotta tell them something. Like, I don't want to say now or never. Okay, Alexander says, you look great today. New angle or room, different lighting, hair color matches lipstick. You know, not intentionally, Alexander, but the shot does look different, right? I'm actually kind of curious about it myself. It almost feels like the camera is like zoomed out a little bit or something. I'm not sure. Oh, your vote is for Tabernacle. Also, Alexander, thank you for showing me, or thank you for helping me to demonstrate how this whole bonus goal thing actually works, right? So Alexander just did a super chat and said, voting for Tabernacle, right? So if you look up here, I've got all the possible bonus topics listed. These are the bonus topics that we will watch. We will choose from one of them if we hit 100% on the goal right here. That's at 7% right now. So, you know, in addition to being able to vote, and you can vote on YouTube. If you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. No comment check on YouTube. Place your vote. Make your voice heard. You know, because I can't open up I unfortunately can't open up a poll on Twitch, so you'll have to do it on YouTube. I'm not telling you to watch on YouTube. You can watch it on Twitch if you want. Just come over to YouTube to vote, and while you're there, leave me a like, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly, right? The things that make this thing go forward, right, that bring us closer to 100%, are when somebody does a super chat like that.
Rachel super chatted $5. Butterflies for a lovely woman. Red heart, red heart, red heart.
Oh my god, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Red heart, red heart, red heart. I almost like it that it I kind of like it, chat. I'm getting used to the fact that the TTS reads out like the name of the emotions, or the name of the emotions, the emotes. I'm sorry, I'm trying to say this correctly. So we're 2 out of 10 on the butterfly goal with 1 hour and 30 minutes left. If we get to that goal, if we get to that, you know, 10 out of 10 in the next 1 hour and 30 minutes, I will put a butterfly in my hair. Maybe this one, in fact. And then with this thing, it goes forward every time. So the butterfly goal is only for super chats, right? For teal super chats. This goal goes forward anytime you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker, if you get somebody else membership, or if you give memberships to other people, or if you get a membership yourself. It also goes up if you support me on Throne. Right now, I've got the Thai language school, or the Thai visa fund, which is gonna involve helping me pay for language school, which it turns out you have to pay for up front all at once. I have to pay for a whole year of language school, which ends up costing $900. So if you want to help me out with that, that's over on throne.com/nocommentchick, and you can donate there to help me pay for that. So it goes up when you support me on Throne. It goes up if you sign up for my Patreon. and it goes up if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because we're demonetized on Twitch thanks to Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, and all the rest. And so the only way I make any money at all is through the support of viewers like you. So thank you to my subs over on Twitch. I think I've got all that covered, right? Oh, wait, this is supposed to be what? 12%. We're at 12%, 12% out of 100 on the bonus goal. Like I said, if we get to 100 by the end of the stream, by the time I'm done covering Sam versus Ezra, then we'll get some bonus content. And, you know, it's stackable. If we get to 200, it'll be 2 topics, not just one, right? 300, etc. I think 3 is as far as we've ever gotten before. But that's how that works. The other thing that I wanted to do was to shout out. Wait, where is... I thought I already had this open. Oh, I don't. Oh, by the way, those of you who like my coverage of politics and enjoy my short streams, I'm hoping those will come back. I downloaded a new version of OBS that I guess they updated some of that. Like, OBS is supposed to do this stuff. OBS is supposed to let you dual stream, and in fact, dual stream to YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatever else you want. And so, yeah, I had a plugin before that did that, and when OBS updated their thing to add that, somehow the plugin like disappeared. So I'm still trying to work that out. Hopefully I'll get that straightened away and we'll be able to get back to doing that because I love covering politics. I need to cover politics, but the best way for me to cover politics is usually through a shorts stream, through a vertical stream. So that I'll be looking to bring that back soon. Again, many thanks to everybody that supports me over on Patreon. Supporting me on Patreon is a great way to sort of decouple your support from me from these platforms that, while, you know, I love streaming on YouTube and Twitch, I gotta be honest, these things can be taken away from you at with no reason, right? You know, they demonetize people, they ban people, like, right, you know, the moderation is not good and it doesn't seem to be done by a human being. So yeah, massive thanks to those of you who support me over on Patreon, so that the support is not just coming through, it's not just through by the graces of YouTube and Twitch that I am getting paid. So I always shout out everybody at the Fancy Weasel level and above, the $5 level and above. So let me do those shout outs now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah Anderson, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. You are awesome. I asked myself if they had the same information I have, would they do the same now? If the answer is no, I let it go. If not, there's an issue. If they had the same information that I have, would they do the same now? I see what you're saying. That's a good... I had to let a certain amount go. I put my foot down when it came to my kids, though. Yeah, I understand that, Rachel. You know, as much as I'm really painfully aware of, you know, some of the things that my parents did that were just not okay. I also just really want to have a family. And it's kind of fucked up because I realized that, like, my natural inclination is to let stuff go that I probably shouldn't have let go because I just want to have a family that bad. Like, I don't think there's anything that they could do to me or could have done to me that would make me stop loving them. Kids are very loyal. Abuse is a terrible betrayal. True. Don't blame your parents. Blame their perverse conditioning. It's a multi-generational... That's the other thing, Philip Blair. Like, I recognize that they didn't just get like that from nothing. Like, my mom was a very... scared woman right? Growing up, like she would tell me stories about, like she had like weird religious based fears and stuff. There was some bull, that lived like, I don't know, behind a fence or something in her neighborhood. Like somebody had a bull, I don't know. And probably because the, you know, devil horns and stuff like that, she really was afraid of this animal, right? She was, you know, bulls can, you know, be dangerous, right? But she had like a little extra fear of the horned and cloven beast, right? that, yeah, I mean, she went through a lot, you know, she had, she had a lot, just a lot of fears to deal with as a kid. And my dad, obviously, like he got spanked by, probably more than spanked, probably beaten, by his dad, if I'm being honest about like my best guess, right? I mean, I feel like it depends. Like I give my mom big leeway because she had a terrible childhood of fleeing country after country, and then she had to raise me alone. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Davy. That makes a lot of sense. I still do not wear belts to this day because of the memories of that. Yeah. Also, Gabor Mate and Daniel Mate do a workshop for parents and their adult children. That would be awesome, Philip. I would love to attend a retreat or a workshop with Gabor and Daniel Mate. Wait, is Daniel Mate the Mate brother that's on Bad Hasbara? I'm trying to keep track of my Mates. There's Aaron, Daniel, and Gabor is the father. Who's definitely tangled with you know, trauma in his own day. My parents exploded their rage on us. I'm such a better parent than my parents were. Hey, I got my official CPTSD diagnosis for my childhood this year. Whose parents were cowboys? I think my granddad might count as a cowboy. Gabor Mate really nailed it. Yeah, Gabor Mate is pretty cool. For like, I need to see more of his content. In the end, I went into social work with SMI adults, so it all worked out. It's funny that the most Southern thing I've heard for a family that doesn't want to appear Southern. Oh, that's the most Southern thing I've heard. Yeah. Like, so yeah, literally like play something is responding to what I said earlier about my grandmom being an English teacher and, you know, Southern, obviously, but really aware of the common agrammatical Southernisms and very punitive towards anyone, you know, in her family that would, you know, deviate from, like, you know, you could have a Southern accent, right? She wasn't trying to beat the Southern accent out of us or anything like that, right? But the Southernisms that are agrammatical, right? In her mind, that plays into the stereotype of the unintelligent Southerner, and she didn't want that for any of us, right? Or she didn't want that for her kids. She didn't want that for her grandkids. We all had the same childhood, huh? Yeah, we all. It's almost like we, you know, it's almost like we, you know, just all remember together that we were that's the same orphanage with. Sorry, Chad. It's a trope from Final Fantasy VIII that you're reminding me of here, Charlie. My family had the same exact lines, and I'm from Southern Italy. Hate my bio dad. Thought all anarchists suck.
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. Is this a literal hug box right now? Cool.
I mean, a hug box sounds nice. Mobius says Vietnam and strict evangelical upbringing effed up my dad, but he was a cruel bastard. Rest in piss. If it weren't for a fuckload of therapy and introspection, I was on the road to follow him. Damn. Myth of Normal is a great book by Gabor Mate and Daniel. Imagine having watermelon-shaped booty cheeks. I mean, that's some serious booty. Rachel says, I love my trans son to bits. Cannot imagine not adoring him, trans or cis. That's awesome. Charlie says, you are enough and you have done everything that you could be expected to do. It's not your fault. Sometimes parents surprise you with how much they love you. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to think anymore, right? When I talked to them, it was kind of like, I think it was like right after, 4 years ago. So it would have been like right after, you know, Trump failed to stay in the White House for another 4 years. And, you know, a lot of people that would have been supportive of Trump had like sort of withdrawn. And the assumption was that, you know, he was over in politics. And my, you know, I kept on hearing stories from my sister about my parents, like, you know, they're in a very Trumpy area. They were in an area where there's still a lot of support for Trump, and they never liked the guy, voted for the guy, supported the guy. And, you know, to the point where, like, you know, my dad, like, lost friends over it. You know, there was some kind of incident at a golf course. He likes to play golf, and I guess one of his friends is a Trump supporter guy. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that they are surprisingly, you know, surprisingly good perspective on politics, and obviously, you know, we're accepting of me coming out and such, but it's been 4 years since then, and a lot has changed. I'm just wondering if it's still like that or not, right? You know, like, I literally started talking to them before all the Chris Rufo and Matt Walsh anti-trans propaganda started coming out. And I know that a lot of people that would have otherwise been, you know, fairly supportive of trans people have sort of flipped, you know, based on that sort of those cultural winds blowing in that direction. And so I'm just worried I just hope they didn't get caught up in that, right? And I hope it's not an issue where, like, now they are like, because the one way that they could just end any communication with me would be to, like, say something negative about my gender or whatever, right? It would just be over. And like I said, I want to have parents. I want to have a family. But yeah, that, you know, that's a line that's, you know, very clearly drawn for me. My parents, despite being abusive when I was a kid, did accept my trans kid 100%. That helps me forgive them. That's really cute. Family trauma is such a bitch. What I've learned with my own parents is that in some instances, they don't have the capacity to meet the depth or expectations I have in my own life. And that's why that's more about them. Their favorable response provides hope. You are never wrong saying your feelings. It would be an infinite loss to not reciprocate. Write your mom and dad encouraging them to read the gospel according to St. Matthew, together or privately. Well, I don't know how it's weird. Like, as far as my family and religion, right? I mean, my sister is religious. She's like a liberal, you know, Christian. My mom is maybe a more conservative Christian, but obviously, you know, not like Trump conservative. Sorry. And my dad is, my dad's a funny one, right? Because he goes to church, he prays, he takes communion, he pays his tithe, right? But that motherfucker does not believe in the metaphysical, all right? Like, he hasn't said it out loud, but I can tell that he is an atheist that finds, I don't know, a value in, like, the social aspect of religion, right? I think he's one of these people that is like, you know, yeah, water to wine, snakes talking, burning bushes. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That didn't happen, right? But I think that I like, he, in his mind, people need to believe in something like a god to keep them from murdering each other and stealing all each other's shit, right? So that's the kind of Christian that he is. Somebody that thinks that none of this stuff is true, but damn it, humans need to believe. I'm going to go along with the lie because it's good for society. That's my dad. He's like one of the weirdest kind of atheists or agnostics I've ever met, right? I kind of got to give him credit for that too. Like, right. He definitely lives it. Like, you know, his mom and dad are super religious. His wife is super religious. Most of his kids are fairly religious, but I can tell that he does not believe in the supernatural aspects of the religion that he, you know, pays money to. Like, right. My family is the same, except coming out was letting them know how serious my depression was. Damn. I think the lighting is just right. Nice. Wait, think lighting is just right. My parents were once bigoted, could carry a lot of shame and guilt, and I think that they're not worthy of their children. Wait, my parents were once bigoted, can carry a lot of guilt and shame, and think they're not worthy of their children. It makes the separation longer from that, and sometimes you have to be the adult. True. Yes, Rachel, thank you for the super chat. Butterflies for a lovely woman. Thank you. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I mean, pretty much. Mad love to all you in chat. And oh, that's so sweet of you, Emily French. Thank you. I had the impression your parents were both Christian, quite literate. A person can want Jesus or Jeremiah for that matter, or normal, but not both. Why didn't it read out mine? I think it does that. Oh, it's because you use Canadian dollars, Alexander. No, it's got like it's like there's like a level thing where I think it's like $5 US. It reads it out, and under $5 US, it just goes and then sometimes it doesn't even do that. Sometimes it's just broken. We're at 12. Okay. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You're my best friend. Ezra is smarmy. Yeah, we got to get to Ezra. I'm just trying to read the rest of the comments because it feels like we're having a little emotional moment there in chat, and I want to make sure that I am also reading what you're saying. Ezra Klein has warned over the 1980s and 90s New Democrats. They're warmed over. Yes, Rachel, that's exactly my opinion. Yeah, warmed over the 80s and 90s New Democrats, third way, neoliberal. As if it's shiny and new. That's what's so annoying to me about Ezra Klein, is they keep on acting like this is a new thing, and it's not. It depends on what kind of education. Oh wait, let's see, read through. Ezra acts as if that neoliberal anti-regulation BS has never been tried, or rather than, it just sounds like Reagan influenced, neoliberalism, or, like weak tea Bill Clinton thought or something, right? Rather than what we've been soaking in since I was at university. Love with boundaries is the best kind. True. Vietnam and strict evangelical upbringing. Okay, yeah, I think I read that one. Turns out material conditions make a huge change. Bulls are dangerous. Hell, cows can be dangerous. Deer could be dangerous. Chat. I don't know why, but whenever I see a deer in real life, it kind of scares me. I ate me father, love, me stepdad, and me sisters. Wait, am I reading that wrong? Items really hard to break cycles and didn't have kids, so I could break the one I was born into. My dad spanking was a dimmed down version of my grandfather's beatings. That's the feeling that I get with my dad, right? That his granddad went a lot harder on him. Yes, yeah, okay, so Daniel Mate, bad Hasbro. Okay, I was just, yeah, Aaron Mate was Aaron Mate like on Jimmy Dore or something? I'm trying to remember where I've seen Aaron Mate. Probably in like slightly less reputable places than Daniel. My mom talked fondly about her dad sawing a new paddle every time they were spanked. Sawing a new paddle? Damn. Worst part was sitting outside the shop and hearing that saw. God damn. Saws are loud as a kid. That's yerba? Wait, yerba? Wait, what are we talking about? Wait, are you talking about what I'm drinking or? That's yerba mate. I get it, Parthenon. It took me a second. It took me a second to put that together. Or wait, what is it? In Argentina? Is that where they call it like cherba? They pronounce it. They pronounce the Y different. It's like cherba, sort of, or something. Daniel Mate is the one on Bad Hasbra. I know I have bad opinions about forgiveness towards family members. Gabor's wisdom is etched in my face. Aw. It's a literal HUD box now, says Narwhal by nature. Wait, are we at, is it 17? 17, yes, 17. All right, so we're at 17% out of 100%. If we get to 100%, by the time I'm done with the Sam Cedar content, which I'm gonna get into as soon as I finish the reading chat here, Aaron Mate is the only one who has been sus due to his relationship. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Mozart, exactly. With Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal. I don't know that much about Max Blumenthal. Weren't they like at a publication together too? It's wild to think about how but my mom fondly remembers a lot of controlling behavior for my grandmom. Too autistic for a hug box. Yeah. I feel like I'm too autistic for life sometimes. I don't, not really, chat, not really. But just like, it's like some... Listen to an emo talk about her journey with mushrooms. It was interesting. Hug boxes were invented by an autist. A psychopath, but autistic? I don't know this lore, Thomas Jerome. Tell me more. Reading gay romance stories, a lot of my favorite, and I relate to most, identify themselves as Mormon families. Irene, you deserve love. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel is right and unconditionally. Wait, golf cart license plates? What's the deal with golf cart license plates? Irene, I think you turned out beautifully. You're an amazing person. It's hard to grieve the family, but you deserved. But didn't get. One thing I feel really bad about is that I've never spoken to my half-brother. Dude seems chill. Davy Cliff, you gotta watch Common Side Effects, right? Half brothers or real brother? No, just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't want to put that on you because I didn't grow up with a half brother, and I only get that experience vicariously through shows that have that included as a plot aspect. So I'm not gonna pretend to understand your lived experience with your half brother, but I hope your half brother is chill, and I hope you get to speak. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, thank you, Narwhal by nature. Can you find P-flag meetings for them in the state that they're in? Like, I would be afraid for them going to P-flag meetings in the state that they're in. Thomas Jerome, with a super chat, for some reason it didn't notify me on your super chat, Thomas Jerome. You're assuming a lot. Have they reached out? Thomas Jerome. I would dial it back till the beginning of the stream, and then maybe you'll understand. I think you're missing a piece, is what I'm saying, Thomas. But yeah, thank you for you know, I appreciate like the desire to help me reconnect. I appreciate that. I pray to the altar of no comment. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I'm like thirsty. And all I have these giant 1.5 liter bottles to drink from. It's like huge, chat. It's huge. All right, I'm gonna quench my thirst here and hopefully get through the rest of chat. It just doesn't feel right to skip through chat after bringing up stuff. Very Voltaire on religion. Oh, my dad? Yeah. He must be hilarious. That's kind of how I see Christianity. My grandfather... Well, look, I put up with my... Like, look, when my sister says Christian stuff, right? She's my sister. I'm not going to tell her that the sky daddy isn't real. I'm not going to tell her that people don't walk on water, snakes don't talk, bushes don't burn. You know, like, I just kind of throw it back at her, like whatever her view of the world is, and like I almost think of it as like translating, like almost like she speaks a different language, right? You know, what she thinks is God having the whole world in his hands, like I can conceive of as the infinite harmonic of the universe or something. I don't know. I'm not crunchy enough, chat, to have a good metaphysical belief about the nature of the universe in total. My grandfather stayed in the AAs, not even being an alcoholic at all anymore. Oh yeah, but AA thinks that, like, I think the AA philosophy is that you are, if you were ever an alcoholic, if you ever had a problem with alcohol, that you will always be an alcoholic even if you haven't drunk a drop for like 60 years, right? And so that they keep on going to the meetings, you know, because they think it's the only way to stay sober. He likes some morals, but the facts are shaky. That's fair. Wait, this 10 out of 10, this comment. Wait, what comment? I was raised by staunch atheists. Nice. The comment about parents not feeling worthy of their children. Some parents just suck at maintaining relationships and have communication because they have their own depression. Your dad paying a tithe and going to church. I don't think hell is real, but what if? Yeah. Okay, so it's almost like Pascal. It's almost like I don't know if he was like doing a Pascal's wager, like, you know, on the off chance that this stuff is real. There's no harm in saying that you believe in Jesus, if that is maybe what saves you from eternal damnation. It's a pretty good exchange rate right there. The comment about parents. Okay, wait. Mea culpa, of course. Oh no, you're good, Thomas Jerome. You're good. I understand what it's like to come in partway through a stream, you know. Wait, you can't grass on us coppers? I feel like I saw what this grass thing means the other day. I can't remember what it was from though. Sam was great with him earlier and I only caught a few minutes. Proud of my culpa. Be proud of that culpa. Deer are noble. Yeah, deer are noble and they're, you know, fearsome and they're to be respected. No, I'm always, whenever I see wild animals in real life, I always find myself to be surprised at their relative size, right? Because when you see like cartoons of deer, there's just like this little deer, this little Bambi, right? And it's like, oh, Bambi, let me give you a hug, right? But you see a deer in real life, it's like big. It's like big. It's towering over you, and you're like, I don't know, is that one is that one gonna attack? Like, you're like, what if this deer just runs at me? I'm kind of fucked, right? This deer could fuck me up, and I'm sure it could. What if we had a president that treated women like trash? That will fix the country. Ezra Klein. Wait, are you talking about Clinton or Trump? Remember the band Better Than Ezra? Wait, I don't. But I feel like it was good. Maybe. when you want. I should tell you about the nuns at school. Yeah, definitely. Some good stories. Yeah, the yaoi paddles. Sorry, that sounds very traumatic, but every time I hear about a paddle, that's what I think. I think about yaoi paddles. I never went to cons and stuff, so I never got to experience the yaoi paddling. None of them are blue MAGA libs. No comment check. Back in Canada, they supported the NDP. None of them believed in Kamala Harris working tirelessly for a ceasefire effort in Gaza. To be fair, by the time we got back to school, the cane was outlawed. Okay, so there's another super chat from Thomas Jerome. The bourgeoisie pronounce the Gia like Giardia. Would the bourgeoisie pronounce it like Gia? Wait, what do they pronounce like Gia? Either way, thank you for the super chat. And what does that bring us to? I think we're at 28. Chat. I don't want to skip anybody's chats because, you know, we got emotional, or I got emotional. It's completely my fault there. But I also want to get us to, wait a minute. Somebody give me an update on the abacus. Temple Grandin invented the oh, that was Temple Grandin invented the box. So that there really was a hug box. I always thought, chat, I thought the hug box was the thing from Portal, right? You know, what is the block that, like, right, isn't there like a block that's like in Portal that you're supposed to like love and take care of and hold it, like, right? What am I thinking of, chat? There's something in Portal. Ex-Mormon mushroom taker, good talk. Sounds like a good talk. $2 Canadian worth of hydration. Also, Professor Dave, I got that Professor Dave for you. There, let's add another 1% to Professor Dave. Is there anybody else that, I feel like there's somebody else that said Professor Dave and I didn't put it up there. 23. Yeah, I think it's, would it be like 20? I don't know. If I ever downplayed the Gauls at Holocaust, I hope somebody corrects me ASAP. We should never be... Well, my experience with that, with coming close to sounding like I am downplaying the Holocaust, is when I will talk about the positive aspects of the Biden administration, not out of any great, like, affection or positive association with the Biden administration, but rather because we have come to expect so little from Democratic politicians, and some of Biden's like labor policies were kind of surprisingly good, right? But then obviously the huge caveat about Biden is that however good his policies may have been on any number of things, his foreign policy, that's just something you can't forgive. Wait, snakes don't talk? I mean, maybe some snakes. I wish AOC would support Zohan's campaign. Emily, today on the Majority Report, somebody called in and said, or I IM'd, whatever, the thing they on their app, they messaged on the app, and they said that AOC had come out in support of Zohan, but then when the MR tried to confirm it, they couldn't. So I don't know what that was. But yeah, it's been it's about time that AOC support Zohan. It's not like I'm like actually kind of worried, right? Like the fact that and I don't think Bernie has either, right? And time's ticking, right? You're gonna end up with I almost said Chris Cuomo. Who is it? Andrew Cuomo as the mayor of New York, if you are not careful. Attacked, so people and I don't know what AOC or Bernie could be getting for withholding their support from Zohan's campaign. So people understand that free speech and free Gaza go together, and not to trust genocidal lib propaganda anymore. Oh, sorry, I'm reading a conversation between two people there. I mean, it also gives ex-alcoholics something to do and community. I could see that. I could see, so much the same reason as people that aren't necessarily religious appreciate church, right? The non-metaphysical aspects of or the social aspects of a church or something like that. And what's up, DJ Spill? Rudyard said the deer is the most noble creature. Oh my god, I forgot about that. You have a stream family, just not in the normal sense. Dear God, Serenus? They are stout. Dear are stout. It sounds emo as fuck, and I like that. Wait, what sounds emo as fuck? Women in Gaza are being treated like trash by 2 presidents in a row. Deer grow extremely aggressive about food when they lose their fear of humans. Really? So they'll just come over and take your shit. That's kind of awesome, though. Like, it's one thing to get your picnic basket stolen by a bear, right? A bear with a hat and a tie. But to get your picnic basket stolen, can you imagine a deer just you're like trying to eat a picnic, right? And the deer comes over, just like picks up the basket and like trots off with it. I think I would just let the deer keep the food. I hit someone who's surprised Yowie paddled me when I was younger. Oh shit. And when that was huge at cons, I mean, companion cube. Yes, Moni the Whale, thank you. It's the companion cube. The companion cube, yes.
Dawn Standy super chatted $10. Just logged on, so I'm missing context. Just found you about a month ago, and can tell how special you are. Intelligent, funny, kind and brave. Sending all kinds of good thoughts your way. Sparkling heart.
Are my cheeks red? Thank you. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, we're just having kind of, I don't know, for some reason I got emotional. Just like family stuff. And chat can apparently relate. So thank you. Thank you for relating to me, chat, on that. This actually kind of, it's actually what I need right now. But, and also thank you, Born Stand-In, for the super chat, which I think, are we, Narwhal, check me on this. I might be overly ambitious here, but I think we're at 38% out of 100, if I'm counting correct. Alcohol segregation here is so effing annoying. Wait, what? But yeah, thank you for the super chat. 38. Yes, I got it right. Yes, Narwhal. I got it right. I'm doing math good. Deer is like, this is my lunch, punk, like Debo from Friday. Yogi Bear. Yeah. Like, I would just let him have the picnic basket. You know, I'd be like, here, Mr. Bear, you can have my picnic basket. He'd be like, oh, thank you very much, No Comment Chick. I love your stream. And now, if you don't mind, I've got a boo-boo to feed. Oh, God. Oh my God, chat. I'm not shipping them. I swear to God, I'm not shipping them. I think they have a very close relationship. I think that Yogi and Boo Boo have a very close platonic relationship. That's my vision of Yogi and Boo Boo. But yeah, Yogi definitely brings Boo Boo a snack. Hey, Boo Boo Bear. I got this picnic basket from that No Comment Chick. That's random small streamer chick over there. I don't know, Yogi. She eats that weird vegan stuff. Do you think Boo Boo would be like on a paleo diet? I don't know, Yogi. I've heard that soy will feminize me. Oh my God, chat. How do I come up with this shit? Boo Boo's on a thing. I don't know, Yogi. We're not supposed to have seed oils. What if Boo Boo is super crunchy? What if Boo Boo is RFK pilled? I don't know, Yogi. I only drink raw milk. I heard cooked food is poison, Yogi. I heard that plants produce anti-nutrients that actually make you sick. And that's why we should eat an all-meat diet. I don't know, Yogi. I heard the carnivore diet will fix that. Max Blumenthal is the one who defended his Judaism in the State Department briefing, directly confronted Secretary Blinken for trying to make people associate Judaism with that dangerous association, conflation even. Boo Boo, a JBP fan. I don't know, Chad. It just writes itself. It just writes itself. It reminds me of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Wait, who sounds like that from? Oh, wait. The horse. It's not a horse. He's not a horse. He's a moose, right? The moose, he talks. He's like, oh, hey there. Hey there, Yogi and Boo Boo. I see you've got No Comment Chick's picnic basket. Oh my god, chat. It's a cartoon fucking explosion here. I see a short riff with Irene doing Yogi Boo Boo conversation. It just like live in my head somehow. Boo Boo is also an H3 fan. I don't know, Yogi. Israel has the right to defend itself. Hey, Boo Boo Bear, what are you doing defending a genocide? Don't you want to be on the right side of history? I don't know, Yogi. I heard Hassan Piker is a terrorist. We got to get going, chat. We got to get going if we're going to have any time at all to go over stuff. Thank you for... no, seriously, though, chat. Thank you. Sorry I held up the stream this long. But yeah, thank you for I don't know. Thank you for relating, right? Boo Boo hasn't been the same since they decreased Tifa's cup size. No. I don't know, Yogi. I can't jerk it to these ugly ass anime women. Like, right? They're drawn to woke, Yogi. Hey, Boo Boo Bear. There's nothing wrong with a small boob or two. I don't mind living with a small boob. You shouldn't mind cupping one. I don't know, Yogi. These girls are 5s or 6s max. God damn. You guys are doing Boo Boo dirty. Poor Boo Boo. Boo Boo's like the most relatable one on that show, probably. Yeah. I mean, this is in fact content. I don't know, Yogi. I like it better when she reacts to stuff on stream. I don't like sitting through this whole intro, Yogi. Hey, Boo Boo Bear, we gotta do a little small talk before we get into the Sam Seder debate. Oh my god, chat. With that, I will take that as my cue. That I have been edging you for far too long. Let's do some Sam Seder. What do you say? What say you, chat? We're at 38% out of 100% on the poll. What is winning? Hassan interviews Jeremy Scahill in first place. 86 votes so far. Second place, Professor Dave versus Candace Owens. Third place, Cavernacles Butlerian Jihad. I really hope we get that one, because that sounds like anytime we can do Dune content is a good day for me. And fourth place, more reaction to Hassan's detention, which I can't even spell right because YouTube doesn't like that word. Anyway, let's see what this debate is all about. Let's see what we got here. We got a very nerdy debate. I hope you're ready for this, right?
Rachel super chatted $5. Picanic baskets.
Are you voting for picnic baskets? Oh my god, thank you, Rachel. We need some picnic baskets. We need some of those picnic baskets. We're ever gonna survive Jellystone, we're gonna need the picnic baskets. Oh no, it's Sam Seder. What a nightmare. Let's see, where does he bring on Ezra? Yeah, chat, somebody was saying the band better than Ezra. Like, do you think that they named themselves to dunk on this guy? They were like, we're actually better than Ezra Klein. Like, he's got the abundance and we got the prepondence.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Emma Vinglin out today. It's a pleasure to welcome back, I guess. I mean, maybe it was years and years ago.
Been a minute.
Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist, host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, also co-author of the new book, Abundance. Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for...
I don't know, Yogi. I heard that Democrats get in their own way by over-coalitioning.
having me.
All right, so we should say just a little bit.
Can you imagine Boo Boo trying to get Yogi to read the abundance agenda?
The backstory. You guys have reached out to us. Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high, so
This is relatable, chat.
you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast.
The Slow Boring podcast, chat. I'm sure that has some loyal, dedicated viewers. I'm sure there are people out there that are like, I like a Slow Boring podcast. Why can't more podcasts be like, this is the Slow Boring podcast? These guys are giving us something that nobody else will give us, right? I don't know. Matt Iglesias fans, isn't Matt Iglesias, like, if we're drawing a spectrum of insufferable shit libs, I feel like, you know, it's Sam Seder on the gets called a shit lib, but is he really a shit lib into the spectrum? Ezra Klein in the definitely a shit lib. You know, why is he still denying being a neoliberal, you know, sort of part of the, and then Iglesias is all over on here in the mask off neolib, like owns it. Does he own it? I feel like he would own it. I feel like Iglesias owns his shitlib status.
And mentioned that we hadn't responded, so we wanted to have you on.
Neoliberal. Wait,
we had Paul Glasness on from
neoliberal yogi bitching for housing, bitching about housing regulations. Hey, Boo Boo Bear. How come I've got to put an air filter in this house just because it's so close to the highway? Hey, Boo Boo Bear, some of those highway fumes are actually really good for the children. Oh my God, why did my button stop working?
Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Where I interned. Love Paul.
With a critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book, but
if Matt Iglesias thinks you were onto something, you need to do some thinking. Slow Boring podcast. Doesn't it sound like it would be like an Elon Musk thing? Or like a Jeremy Boring thing? Or, you know what I mean? Like the like it feels like an Elon Musk joke, right? That they're actually boring into something in the podcast, or the podcast is about boring. Maybe the podcast is about making tunnels, chat. Could that be it? It's making tunnels for public transit without having to deal with the regulations that, you know, that keep you from getting these policies passed. I find myself arguing with everyone. I don't know where that groups me. I mean, that's relatable, infallible foul. I find myself arguing with everyone at times too. I hate all Obama staffers. The most most of the shitlibs I respect the Clinton people more. Interesting, because at least they are loyal Ronins for their D-meow. True. In fact, any approval from Matt Iglesias is a sign that you might be on the wrong track. True.
Let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just
so
have you
in New York.
You're in New York. So
I kind of know what his answer is gonna be. It's gonna be because of people like me, right? That's gonna be Ezra Klein's explanation, right? Is that the Democratic Party, the left is over coalitioned, and that the Democrats in power pay too much attention to what the radical left thinks. And, you know, if they could just, you know, tell us to fuck off, that they'd be able to get things done, and that everyone would love them, and no one would say that Gavin Newsom looks like a slimy used car dealer that you shouldn't trust, and everything would just be peachy. We'd have President Newsom. But in reality, I suspect that the reason that Democratic cities suck is more because of people like him. Is because too many of these Democrats, like, they are willing to accept too little. Their brains are too truncated, right? They're too caught up in some of the same, like, you know, hatreds and fears as the Republicans. For instance, the disgust in the and unhoused people that you get from the Anna Kasparian and her fellow Kasparian syndrome victims, that where I feel like it's something more like that, right? Because if I look at countries like Finland, I hate to keep on bringing this up, chat, but housing first has worked in Finland, and it has worked in any way that you could possibly think of, right? From getting people off the streets to providing what people need to get back on their feet, and down to like the cost, right? The cost of allowing people to exist with no shelter is actually higher long term than the cost of providing shelter. Isn't that wild? Isn't that kind of wild? Right? So in my mind, he is why we can't have good things. In his mind, I am why we can't have good things. And in reality, I mean, this is going to be the dissolution of the Democratic Party, or at least it seems like it. Somebody's going under the bus, and I'd rather it be them than us. I think we have to worry about Newsom. He is God King of California, but his polls are terrible Is he still popular in California? I mean, he's a perfect Kasparian effect candidate, isn't he? These people are living in a smug box, right?
Why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy?
My question is, why in places where Democrats have a lot of control are the candidates that succeed like some of the most centrist candidates out there? That's my question, right? I've never understood that. Like, why in a state that's dominated by the left are we limited to self-hating liberals, right? That are fully caught up in Red Scare mentality and completely APAC pilled. Like, why we got to deal with this? You would think that in areas that were more blue, that there would be a natural acceptance of actual left policies, but no.
Even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party, why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag.
Take credit for it.
Did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is
Rachel says, just say the deserving poor, Ezra.
a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk.
MF Doomskull, I feel like Ezra views Sam as the final level boss in his media rounds. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he definitely picked a fight with this book, and I'm sure on purpose, right? This is what these guys are thinking. They're thinking that Trump popped off because he took on so much of the right-wing establishment. And they're thinking that they can get the same kind of motion by punching left. And what they don't realize is that that's not actually even a parallel to what Trump did, right? Trump was kind of the opposite. He took the promises that the neocons had been dangling out in front of the conservative body politic for years and years and years, like, build the wall, end immigration, all this stuff that the George W. Bushes would say, oh yeah, we're going to do that. And they get elected and they don't do that, right? Because there's a conflict of interest there. They're, oh my God, chat. Sorry, mango problems. There's just like a little conflict of interest with their donors. And what Trump did was finally be like, he takes the carrot off the stick and he's like, Republicans, you want this? Go get it. Go get it. And they go, all these little Republicans, they're like dogs, right? They just go chasing out, or they wouldn't be dogs. Dogs don't eat carrots. What are they, donkeys? Is that what the carrot and the stick is for a donkey? But nonetheless, right, he's willing to give his party the thing that the previous Republican Party was holding out in front of it. So, I mean, and it should be very clear to you now that Trump represents the most reactionary, id-based element of the Republican Party. And that element turns out to be stronger than the establishment, right? So actually, the parallel motion for the Democratic Party to pop off, Ezra, would be people like Sam Seder dunking on you. Let's see if that happens.
Funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective.
What's the Democratic carrot, though?
Because I've been reading a lot of there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. Glass-Steagall.
Have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And
no, it's got to be Medicare for all, right?
To me, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but
wait, is Derek?
All right,
I'm sorry, is Derek there with him? Is Derek in the background? I hear a voice. I'm assuming that's on the MR end of things. Am I crunching loud, or is that the sound of a dog eating a carrot? The clip of Noam Chomsky talking to Andrew Marr shows why people like Ezra Klein are where they are. Ooh, Noam Chomsky talking to Andrew Marr. Do you think we could get away with that? Is that going to be copyright?
Give me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read there's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy
Yes.
reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
yeah, and
I'm sorry, that's such a load of shit. I mean, at least it's not one of the podjohns that actually worked on a Democratic campaign saying this, but it's such a load of shit. The Democrats constantly decouple policy, what they're actually going to do, from politics, what they campaign on, right? This is a classic Democratic Party move.
And I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that, look, there have been, questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic.
Policy, politics, policy, process, and propaganda, the biggest of the P's seen by the public.
And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand like how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get
Let's
to
separate
all
the
of that.
second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do
Let
the
me talk
policy
about
one
power.
first.
Wait, that's how we get our space Ozempic? That's right. That's in the beginning of his book. Chad, for any of you who've actually read the book or listened to the book on tape, or right, that it starts off with this futuristic scenario of a utopia, right? And one of the things that they definitely mention is that you are getting your pharmaceuticals, which, you know, are described as weight loss drugs, pretty obviously Ozempic, right? Sent to you from factories that are operating in orbit around the Earth, and there's a rocket that shoots it back to you on Earth, right? And you get space Ozempic, that's right, aka blue milk. Wait, is that the blue milk from 2001 Space Odyssey, that kind of shit?
Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show.
I only like them in my mom's pot roast. Wait, we only like rockets? Or Ezra Klein is basically the male version of the woman who says that we are all gods experiencing life, therefore we can control our destiny. Anyone who doesn't is flawed. Wait, is that like the secret? I don't know if money makes a difference.
Show. There's an episode with her and Shoykat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power.
I'm sorry, my friends on the left. Like, you tip your hat to not being of the left, while at the same time trying to reinforce. Oh no, I'm of course on the left. Oh no, definitely on the left. That's where my.
I think this is a book entirely about power, but it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a.
If this is a book about power, we got problems, right? Because his identification of inappropriate power is all based on people that don't actually hold power in our society. So in other words, the people that he wants to take power from, right? The people that he wants to maybe not consider so much in terms of our policy are not the people that are running the Democratic Party, are not the people that are funding campaigns. They're the people that are the stakeholders in the left as a political project.
Structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power
I'm sorry.
that I hear on the
oh my God. We got to get extremely granular, because only by refusing to see the forest and focusing in not on the trees, not on the leaves, but in little veins on the leaves, can we convince ourselves that the problem is actually this tiny little vein on this leaf and not something more overarching and structural and establishment, right? Only by doing that can we convince ourselves that the true inappropriate wielder of power is the person at the end of the end user of the political policy, rather than the person paying for the campaign to put it into effect.
Let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to,
as Rachel says, Ezra peddles secular prosperity theology, full of means testing. Yeah, that's your
Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
And
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have.
Or does this guy have a book? I don't know. Maybe he's got Lindy Lee's ghostwriter helping him on it.
A lot more money in San Francisco.
Spasibo. I feel like he misses the point about power there. 100%, right?
And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop.
Ooh, yeah, Sean's on it here. The terrifying part, sorry, I keep on pausing this. The terrifying part is Ezra has the ears of the Democratic Party, big time, including my former rep who glazed him the fuck up when he appeared on Pod Save America recently, right? He has got the ears of all the Democrats that disappoint us year after year. Yeah.
Housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. Mm-hmm. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap.
I'm sorry.
And then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up.
The only perspective on Austin I am interested in hearing is that of Richard Linklater.
Rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities.
But
what the difference? Hold, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not.
Wouldn't these necessarily be different veto points, though? If we're talking about can be used by corporate, it's not like the same veto point is used by corporate power as is used by, residents of the neighborhood, as is used by, people affected by the policy, right? These would be different inflection points, right?
Power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that
Sisyphean Texas, innocent beholden to corporate power, and Florida. What is this guy smoking? No, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that what he's trying to say is that, like, all right, so we got Texas and California, right? California, obviously way too expensive to live in for many different reasons. One of the reasons, they don't build enough houses. They're not building enough, right? Texas, on the other hand, less expensive for a lot of reasons, but the reason that Ezra wants to focus on in his granularity is, is building of houses, right? I mean, he's literally isolating a variable not in order to see how it works independently, but rather to avoid acknowledging the other contributory factors to rent being too high, right? And to place it all on, well, it must be about building houses. This is like a Kamala thing. Right? This is like her only solution for the rent is too high. Yeah, we need to build more. Right? I mean, sure, that would help. That's probably a good thing. We probably need to do that. But there's more than just building that needs to be done. And there's more going on in terms of the prices, the rent being too high, than just like a lack of inventory, right? Because when you really think about it, we don't lack inventory. What we do is we have a human right in shelter, something that's at the bottom of any hierarchy, any reasonable hierarchy of needs. We've got it being commodified to the point where, to people with not enough money, housing is unattainable. Housing is temporary and leased, and a source for a lot of danger. And that, like, if you get into a lease and you can't pay it, now you are getting evicted and being set up to not be able to rent in the future. And then to people who have too much economic security, housing is like, our second house, which is an investment, which we're going to sit on. We're not going to use, right? There's too much housing that is sitting empty for a clown like Ezra Klein to be bitching about inventory, right? So when he says Texas versus California, what he's trying to imply there is that, Texas isn't any less in the pocket of corporate power than California, right? Like, Texas is not like that. It'd be the opposite, right? That's what he's trying to say. So therefore, if Texas is able to do it and California is not able to do it, then it must not be about corporate power after all. It must be about all these little minimal granular inflection points, and that the Democrats, for the policies that they want to pass, they got too many people with too much power, too many little people that don't really have power, that have potentially power as far as rejecting a policy, as far as showing up to their city council meeting and complaining, right? Or whatever, he's saying that's getting in the way of this abundance agenda that they want to do. It's us. It's not the corporations. It is little people, right? It's that people without power have too much power. That's his analysis. And so the action item of taking some of that power away from people with very little power already kind of feels like we're going in the wrong direction here, but let's go on.
That is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts,
the max left, perhaps,
look like allies,
colleges and academia,
or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
And so now this makes me wonder, because he's going to talk about NIMBYism in a second here. And I wonder what the fuck he means by NIMBYs. I wonder who the NIMBYs are in his mind, right? Like, NIMBY, if you don't know, means not in my backyard. The idea is somebody who, that there is needed infrastructure to be built, and that it is hard to build because wherever you would build it, the people that live there would get together and say, no, we don't want that in our backyard. We don't want that in our neighborhood. And they get together and they go to the city council and they make sure that it doesn't happen, right? That's what the idea of a NIMBY is. But the classical thinking on a NIMBY is, it's a wealthy person. It's a person with a little bit of power, right? That is usually how we think of NIMBYs. And then in response to NIMBYs, we have YIMBYs. Yes, in my backyard. I guess you would call Ezra a YIMBY, but you can see from observing Ezra Klein what is also wrong with the YIMBYs, that they also embody many of the many of the same problems as the NIMBYs, and you know, in proposing themselves and their philosophy as a solution to NIMBYism, you know, it's just not much of a solution at all.
Well, but you listed off 3 entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all 3 of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood.
Wait, Ezra just contradicted himself, saying Houston is a bad place to live?
That was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping.
It's especially good to be a developer of substandard housing, says Rachel. Neoliberal by nature, rules are the method of abuse in his mind, not the opportunity to abuse by bribing to break the rules.
Into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, you know, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, you know, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
Then I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish the thought. Okay. And then you can give me your rebuttal.
Yeah, let me do my
when
monologue.
You create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California,
all right, well,
right?
let me address that. I mean, I get that point there. And I think that
Javi Cliff, does he actually believe tech is going to actually move to Texas and financial is going to move to Florida? These things don't spring up in a year. There is decades of conditions and culture to build.
What worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you've just made.
Well, it sounds like it sounds like to be honest, Davi, it sounds to me like he's operating off of headlines, right? He's finding a tech company that moved to Texas. He's finding a financial company, a finance company moving to Florida, and he's just like, well, these are the trends. Clearly, these are the headlines. These are the trends. For somebody that wants to get granular, it's pretty sloppy.
Is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with it
we
is
don't agree that it's all money.
Okay,
money is one mechanism of influence.
But I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there
Well,
are
I'm
a
saying,
bunch of
but
there,
I'm saying
there, there are a
across-
bunch of there are a
across
bunch of
the-
these issues where
Okay, well,
money
let me
ends up on
finish.
both
Let me
sides
finish
of the
my
fight.
point about Tim
Yeah.
Carney.
Let me finish.
I would say that you need to have less government. That way, it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interests. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think
or-
categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says, they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this from as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things, decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state.
Sisyphean task. The housing markets in Texas and Florida are in free fall, and both states are having issues with negative migratory inflow because these states suck and people are priced out.
Failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it.
So when he says often by Republicans, that is an issue that he got corrected on. One of the topics that they covered in Abundance was the Biden administration's attempt to expand broadband out to rural areas. And, the bill was passed, the money was authorized, and, we're a few months into the Trump presidency and nothing has really happened. He blamed this on, the same inflection points, the same power structures. And we don't mean actual power. We mean like, people without power, but that have too much power in this one area. Like he was saying, he made that argument until people corrected him and they were like, actually, I was part of that policy. And the way that we wrote it was not because we are, left maxing assholes who have got to check in with everyone and make sure, is this okay? Is this okay? Is this okay? Let's ask the, unhoused person like sleeping on a park bench. Are you okay with this is the new policy that we want to have? We got to have everybody sign off on it. Right. It's not, it wasn't that. It was the stuff that's in the bill that really fucked their shit up was put in there at the request of Republicans from the fetish of wanting to get consensus, not from stakeholders and residents and, people that are impacted by the policies, but by Republicans. Right. And they had to kind of eat shit on that one.
I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists.
In other words, this is him trying to retcon that really obvious mistake that went into the book, that is part of the book, trying to do a little cleanup on aisle 4 here. He doesn't even account for literally any forms of structural power, political, societal, and financial. He just lives in a fantasy world. Yeah, where you get Ozempic by rocket, sent down to you every day.
One, and this is my critique going backwards, cease to see this. But two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think
Austin will overtake San Francisco tech sector when they create Stanford.
Are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But see, I don't
nervous.
think we're approaching it similarly. I think
well,
it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See,
Yeah.
like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes
Was Neera Tanden his editor?
problematic where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like, all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy. So
He keeps on giving me the feeling.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Need butterfly.
Wait, need butterfly? Did I neglect the butterfly?
run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, 350.
To do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable.
Oh my God, chat.
Get the energy.
Okay, wait, this is an emergency. Narwhal by Nature is right. We do need butterfly. We are 3 minutes and 33 seconds to the butterfly goal ending. And we are a mere 2 super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair for the first time in like 2 days. Yo!
Rachel super chatted $5. Need butterfly.
Need butterfly. Oh my God, we're 1 away. We have 3 minutes left to make the butterfly thing happen. Let me add those 2 to the goal. We're at 53% now on our bonus content goal. We'll see if the butterfly happens. I hate that it comes down to like this, like, 2-minute crunch, and it's like, it doesn't just like, I don't know. 53? Yeah, we're at 53. Only 1 more super chat needed to make the butterfly a thing today. Did I say thing in a southern way, chat? Does my southern accent come out? I'm always worried about that. I think that there's like only 1 word I've ever noticed myself saying that actually sounds southern. Right? I went 1 step beyond what my grandmom was trying to ingrain in us, and not doing any of those southernisms that are agrammatical, right? Of just like, let's get the southernism out if we can. Let's just like ixnay on the southern sray. I'm not sure what my grandmother would have felt about Pig Latin, though. I'm not sure if she would have approved. Yeah, she was a teacher, so people probably try.
Rachel super chatted
Yo!
$5. Butterfly.
Confetti. Confetti is dispersed. Moe no ape.
Monope super chatted $5. Butterfly.
Monope. That is another way to pronounce your name, apparently. It's either Monope, Moe no ape, or Moe nope, or Mo no ape. Mo no ape kind of sounds cool. I don't know. You'll have to tell me which one you like best. But yeah, thank you. Butterfly, chat, what butterfly do you want today? People were really liking the blue butterfly. This one. Because of the contrast with my hair. Here, let's do this real quick. Boom. Butterfly. Blue. Butterfly. Pink. Butterfly. Multi-color butterfly? Ooh. That's kind of cute. What do you think, chat? Which butterfly do you like best? And thank you for wait, I feel like somebody hit me with somebody hit me with an abacus check. I think I've lost it again. Blue, we got a vote for blue, 2 votes for blue. Pig Latin, isn't this anti-Latin racism? Kind of? Maybe that's why she wouldn't like it. Maybe she's a Latin stan. I never talked to her about Latin. Love the butterfly. Multicolor or pink. Blue, multicolor. Okay, so far, blue is winning. The hair contrast is fire. So you're thinking blue? I've got 2 different blue butterflies here. This is the other one. Ooh. What do you think, chat? The little butterfly or the big butterfly? I'm kind of feeling a 63. Thank you. The haircut blue. Okay, we're getting a lot of blue. What do we think, chat? Do we do the big blue? Do we do the big blue butterfly today? What did your grandmother think about the great linguist Professor Noam Chomsky? Yo, I wish that okay, this is so weird, chat. I don't want to get pet cemetery with you here, but I sometimes wish I could bring my grandmother back to life, right? Especially being in Thailand. I feel like she would love visiting this country. I feel like she would absolutely, did I place it right? I feel like she would love this, right? Because she likes to cook. You know, she likes learning stuff. She likes language. I feel like if my grandmom was with me on this trip, she would go down to the market and because she would want to buy some of those vegetables. She'd be like, what is this? And like, right. And she would end up learning Thai before I even learned Thai because she wants to know how to say the vegetable's name. And in the shopkeepers explaining to her how to pronounce, you know, what the names of the different vegetables are, she would also end up learning Thai, right? And it's really easy to pick up, like, you know, I mean, fairly easy to, like, I don't know. I'm starting to hear more and pick up more than I was before because there's certain things that you hone in on. There's certain like words that you pick up on. You look incredible, Irene. Thank you. Big and blue. All right, let's change it to 63. I think that was the last count. 63 out of 100. That is 37% from hitting that bonus content goal. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to take too much time away. But yeah, I want to know, like, you know,
Currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, you know, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, new dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well,
infallible fowl. Do grandmas make good pets? Mine would be a dragon.
like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there is the not money and the not
magic dragon
money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands, if money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it.
Well,
But it
here's
can't because the proceduralism takes on a
Ezra's gonna make it so people can goon to Lola Bunny just like back in the 90s. Talk about like a 97 core. Wait, Lola Bunny, was she from Space Jam?
life of its own.
Is that Space Jam? Is that Get Up and Slam and Welcome to the Jam? Yeah, that's like my favorite remix thing. It's like to just slam jam it.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're
Wait, so Bad Lefty says he sold 0 books on MR? 0 books? Sorry. How many books did he sell on Sublation? Sorry that if you don't know, 0 books was the Douglas Lane outfit back in the day. Some good people, published on 0 books. Mark Fisher. Did Michael Brooks? I think Michael Brooks actually published something on 0 books. I think our biggest obstacle is the stupid. We need to get the stupid out of the way. Is that kind of like the unknown? Oh no, it's the unknown. It's the unknown.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the
Ezra is misrepresenting Sam's point. Yeah, already.
specific issues in each case.
I have no
your,
doubt
your
that there
generality
are-
should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I'm asking.
I am saying
is
the
that,
default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world,
Who's
and for that
we?
matter, in social insurance. Say it again.
Who's the we?
I think Ezra still really pissed that he didn't get the high-speed rail. It's like a whole book about high-speed rail. Yeah, it's weird. This was a part of an Obama policy, right? The high-speed rail initiative. His Against the IDW book. Wait, was it called Against the IDW, or was it Against the Internet? Why do I remember Against the Internet being a thing? Was it called Against the IDW? It was Against the Intellectual Dark Web. Lola Bunny isn't from Roger Rabbit. Wait, she isn't? No, that's Jessica Bunny, right? I know that one. That's Jessica Rabbit? Okay, her name is Jessica Rabbit. But Lola Bunny, is she from Space Jam? This guy is off, says Sisyphean.
It depends. I had.
right.
You're not going
Well,
to
I'm
like that.
trying
But look, here's a version of the.
Well, but I'm
right?
trying to address the point
Yes.
because, for instance, okay, so I'm not. I don't
Let
want
me
to
give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because this to me is the central question.
His book was called Against the Web.
Really about the book, because I think like I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is, I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay, we have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter, they're not talking about, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying, like, in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop a movement.
Well,
and if this is
I wanna-
Lola Bunny is from Space Jam. When Ezra returns us to 1997, end of history, with the Abundance Time Machine, Space Jam will be mandatory viewing. Space Jam will be all that's on, chat. Think Clockwork Orange, right? That's what the world of permanent 1997 will be. The end of history. Your eyes are held open to watch Space Jam. And also, it's narrated by Francis Fukuyama.
Answer for myself here, not for Niskanen, right? So my
Okay,
first
well,
piece that leads
you
to
were
the
on
book-
that Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, that's the thing.
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But
Oh,
Derek,
great.
I believe I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from. But Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. The way I wrote, at least my parts of the book, to me, are extremely compatible with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason that we can talk about, because it's not that the only problems in
Ezra is just embarrassed that he went on Lex Friedman podcast. What did he say? Was he like extra?
governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became very interested, having moved back to California in 2018, in why is this state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about a collision of the New Deal left, which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era. But there we could give, Robert Moses is a classic story of this. We can talk about, we really do despoil like environments and poison streams, and we, run highways through marginalized communities and all the things people know. And in response to that, again, correctly, a new left arises. Ralph Nader, Rachel Carson, the entire environmental movement. And it passes all kinds of bills that are very, very, very effective and consequential in their day to restrain government's ability to act recklessly and to do things without considering and creating space for consideration of their impacts. So you have things like the National Environmental Policy Act and all these, bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. And particularly building too little in the places where that new left.
I have to pee. I will be right back. God damn it.
And so this is a confrontation.
I was trying to make
created a very
chat. I was trying to find one of those sites that takes a picture and redoes it, like the thing they did with the Miyazaki filter, the AI filter, right? I wanted to do that with Francis Fukuyama, but have with a Looney Tunes filter. Like, I want to see what Francis Fukuyama would look like as a Looney Tunes.
Successful architect.
If anybody can make that happen in chat, I will be so happy. Anyway, I'm gonna pee. Let Ezra yap some more.
To challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shitlib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great. I would like to see a lot more public housing too. The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money, but it's also the fact that you can sue to stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals into everything that public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing, 2x per square foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest people so much harder, slower, and more costly to build. And like, is that in the long run good for our goals? I think it is important to confront why government, in the place where people agree with us more than in the places where they don't, is not getting the outcomes we both want to see it achieve. That's what the book is about.
And I don't know how much public housing is in Texas, or how much public housing is in Texas, or if we're, and that seems to me to be a relevant question. But the notion of the everything bagel liberalism, this is the idea that like we have constraints on federal money that a certain amount of union workers, or there may be a certain amount of equity associated with it. And at one point in
or contracting and procurement, or a million other things, right?
And,
you can
and certainly like there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that, we could go through these bills and find things that are problematic if they are coming necessarily from, I have there's two issues. One is, there was one point in the book where you talked about, we have a choice whether we're going to put filters into apartments that are built, public housing built near highways, or the people are going to live under the highway. And it seems to me that there's got to be a third choice, as opposed to we're going to poison people slowly, or we're going to keep them unhoused.
So I want to say specifically what you're talking about, that section. So I'm talking to Jasmine Tong, who's an affordable housing developer, does nonprofit.
Yeah, this is where Sam starts to kind of corner him. No, I'm just imagining like, hey, boo-boo bear, we find ourselves at the end of history with communism defeated.
Affordable housing. And what she is saying is that compared to market rate housing, when she is building housing for homeless people, she is subject to environmental, green building standards, etc., that are so far beyond what market rate housing has to do that it often makes it impossible to finance the thing entirely. And a lot of these projects, as you both know, fall apart. And
Debbie Cliff, I like how this doesn't cut out the 200 middlemen that make everything so expensive. Well, of course not. Those are his friends.
And I am saying there that
like it makes unthinkable, chat, that we would cut out those people. Obviously, the people that he won't let. We'll get to who he's going to cut out, who he's going to yeet out of the coalition, right? We'll get to that in a second, right? But it's definitely not his 200 friends that have found neat ways to insert themselves in the process of Francis Yogi Fukuyama. Has anybody has anybody found like one of those filters? Like, I really want to see, I would never thought I would find something worse than watching Thanksgiving. Is this worse? This is why it's costing more for subsidized housing question. Honestly, China has figured out realistic government housing almost perfectly, in my opinion. It's their most impressive thing to me. Damn, I need to check that out. Y'all want to talk about traumas again? No, I want to talk about Yogi Bear. Can we Hanna-Barberize like Francis Fukuyama, or should we Looney Tunes? Wait, that's a different, right? It is Hanna-Barbera and Looney Tunes. They're like different. They're different rosters, right? Ezra the Yapper. He kind of is a yapper. He does yap. Maybe that was a little bit dramatic of me, but close. He's like, why is this happening? Everyone else is like, this is why, because this thing. And he's still like, man, I wish I could figure out the answer to this. I don't know.
You understand how people get into a conversation that we should have better than average
better than
systems.
Ezra? Chat, I feel like if I was British, I would start a band called Better Than Zebra.
In, affordable housing built near a freeway, but in a city where you are not building enough affordable housing at all, because again, you have layered not just that, but a million of these onto every individual project. So again, it's costing much more per square foot than market rate housing. At some point, you have
public
to
housing is built near the highway. Why is that?
Say again?
Most public housing, some huge percentage of public housing is built near highways.
We're not even talking, yes, that's all. I mean, listen, we're in agreement that that's all power. But when we are talking, I am saying that we are not building.
Wait, we're in agreement that that's all power, but what are we going to do about it?
enough
Better than Sabra?
affordable
I
housing
know, but
affordably
I'm
in
saying,
California.
why are we addressing that far downstream the issue when we're completely eliding the issue that is upstream from that,
We're
which
not
is
completely eliding the issue. The whole fucking book, man, is about wrecking these zoning codes that allow rich people to keep it out of their areas. But
okay.
if you can't build it in the first place because you can't make it affordable to build, which the people who build it will tell you, I think that I've actually found this set of arguments I've had in this really productive in a way. I don't disagree with you about power, but every time we talk about a specific
Wait, he sounds like the cowardly shark Jabberjaw. What does that sound familiar?
like, yeah, that's a problem. But no, we actually have to solve the problem. Like, if you want to make housing development by right, which I think you should do, so that rich communities can't stop it, and the affordable, like, I live on a block.
He cursed it, Sam. Yeah, I think I can't remember if it was Matt or the new guy. Chat, what's the new guy's name again? I keep on forgetting the new guy's name. But it was somebody on the show counted the number of F-bombs Ezra dropped, and it's not insignificant. It's not insignificant. No, that's Ezra's co-author. Who is the new producer on MR? I missed the swear and had to rewind. Yeah, he's that's his new thing. That's his new thing. I noticed this back when he made that clip that kind of popped off, right? Where everybody was like, what's wrong with the left? What are we going to have to do? Are we going to have to like be transphobic now? You know, what do we need to do to win again? Right. And Ezra like made some clip where he says like damn or fuck at an unexpected time. And it's like, oh, damn, the nerd is cursing. This must be serious now. But yeah, he's been doing that. He's been trying to adopt a persona. He's been trying to Joe Roganize himself. He's been trying to Mark Zuckerberg himself, chat. I swear to God, next time we see Ezra Klein, he's going to have a broccoli haircut. He's going to be wearing like a big, a thick t-shirt, right? And he's going to have like a metal necklace, right? He's going to be completely zucked out.
With public housing.
He's gonna go have mimosas with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And
right now, I believe there should be public housing mixed in everywhere, but you can't build it if you cannot affordably build it. If you're gonna, in Chicago, the mayor of Chicago sent out this tweet and he said, hey, look at all we're doing. We built 10,000 units of affordable housing for $11 billion.
Javi Cliff, Ezra's gonna put on leather and jacket and sunglasses. He's gonna be like glasses, jacket, shirt. Call me glasses, jacket, shirt, man. Sorry, I had to. He's super hot fire, chat. That's the joke. Could Ezra do super hot fire? Can you imagine him being like naps? I take that.
You did fucking what? Like whatever it was, it came to.
He's gonna go in on kettlebells. Yeah, he's gonna start doing like oh my God, why can't I remember the thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene does? The thing where you get rhabdomyolysis, chat. What's it called? CrossFit. Yeah, he's gonna be CrossFit Ezra. He's gonna do jujitsu.
$1.1 million per unit. If we're gonna cost $1.1 million per unit when the government builds housing for poor people, we can't build enough of it. It doesn't matter where you're building it.
I mean,
I
think even if I stipulate that it is exclusively zoning requirements or the everything bagel liberalism that is creating the barrier to build, housing.
I gotta know. He said this everything bagel thing that this was in the book, right? Is this a reference to that movie? Chat, what was that movie? You remember? She's got hot dog fingers and there's a raccoon on people's heads, like get them to cook. And it's called Ratatouille. What was this movie? What was this shit called? Everything bagel movie. What was this movie? Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's what it was. Yeah. Is this an Everything Everywhere All at Once? Is the Everything Bagel an Everything Everywhere All at Once reference? The left needs to build 10,000 BJJ dojos. Yes. And we need to start, we need AI Gracies. AI Gracies, chat. There's not enough Gracies. There's not enough members of the Gracie family to teach us all jujitsu. We need to make some AI Gracies too.
We can look at the CHIPS Act, and that was also something that had everything bagel liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up, was quite effective. The timeline of things, definitely, of course.
Hold. They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot into this bill, but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act from environmental review under the theory, as the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. You can think that's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well, I think.
Oh my God! This fucking smug asshole. Is this even true, chat? Can we verify this? Did Biden revise his policy based on an Ezra Klein article? Is this even true? I feel like I might be being gaslit here. What a childish, contrived W.
You talk about I-95, for instance, what Shapiro was able to do.
Pennsylvania, yeah.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood. And like we saw it in Worcester. And
how do I feel about Hassan's chat with Ethan? Oh, it was pretty friendly. It was very, very friendly, and I'm glad they're friends. I'm glad they're doing the leftovers again. Yeah, it's great. Hassan and Ethan, they're back together again. No, I covered that a while ago.
Like with
a few episodes ago.
Impact. But I also think as a political matter, it is extremely difficult unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody. That there are.
Yo, Davi's got this shit debunked. Yeah. The thing that's not credible is the idea of Biden reading anything.
Circumstances that qualify as an emergency or an urgency that give you the political ability to do something like this. So, for instance, in the I-95 thing, you cite that as an example of where this type of power, sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff is effective. And it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate the constituents constituencies who would be for it versus against it within, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment. Where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of an emergency, there was
this whole idea of centralized power to get things done. Does it not? Now, I know this book was written before we knew the exact nature and scope of the incoming Trump administration, right? But does this not sound a little similar to this sounds like he's proposing a left-wing Doge or a left-wing Trump, right, the same way that Trump is trying to centralize power in the executive branch. It kind of sounds like Ezra's proposing almost like the left-wing version of that. I don't know.
Political will.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
To do that, there was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act, and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in. And on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism, maybe it's like it's not what you're talking about jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or what.
Maybe, chat, he's talking about jettisoning us. Is what it was. What it really feels like.
It is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside, or
Funniest thing about abundance, it's like 99% about zoning codes. Literally no greater political vision.
the dough.
Well, you have to be very connected to what you're trying to achieve. Like, I guess I would turn this question on you, because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit?
I saw proposals like, what about Republican economics, but we allow gays?
Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
I would imagine not, depending on the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds, or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left liberal moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing, because homelessness is a fucking problem, and it is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me. So what is your theory of how you get this cost of construction down, the speed up?
Okay, now look, there's things that are appropriate to be irked, peeved at Ezra about, right? But I'm tempted to even take issue. Like, there's something about the way he says things that really rubs you the wrong way, even when he's not saying anything that's like objectively
left liberal moderate
all that bad.
I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing, because homelessness is a fucking problem. And
just to let you know, I'm serious about homelessness. Unlike you, left maxers, who chase your tails, who talk about all these big policy proposals, who virtue signal about wanting to help the homeless, but never really, are unwilling to centralize power in a way that'll let that happen. I, unlike you, care about the fucking homeless. I don't know, chat. I don't know. There's something that's just pissing me off about this guy.
Moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing, because homelessness is a fucking problem, and it is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me.
I feel like it is, though. I can't believe you, Ezra. Oh my God. Chat, this feels incredibly petty. I feel so bad for being like this, all right? But based on nothing, I don't know the guy. I don't believe that he is more concerned out of empathy for unhoused people than he is by the social blight that they cause by being visibly homeless. I'm not sure. I don't believe him. I don't believe that he's a guy that actually, is coming from a place of like real concern for the experience of unhoused people, and not somebody that is concerned for the property values in certain neighborhoods and the sightliness of certain streets. And like, I just don't believe him. And it's incredibly petty, Chad. I got nothing to prove this with. Maybe he's not the guy that I think he is. Maybe he's not that guy. I have no way of, I just have this like turns my stomach here, because I just don't believe him, and I don't trust him.
So what is your theory
look,
of how you get this cost of construction down, the speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of, like, in New York, how.
But Sam, you didn't say fuck, so obviously you don't care about the homeless as much as Ezra does.
Cheaper.
Okay, let's do New York.
We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied.
Rachel, are there no workhouses?
Without it being a cost on
that fucking problem had some stank on it, didn't it? Yeah, he put some stank on that. He put some stank on it.
People. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands.
He's Botox to hell as well. It's off-putting in a subconscious way. I literally can't tell, chat. I'll have to take your word for it. I can't tell when people are Botoxed. Maybe I'm too autistic to notice. I don't know.
Okay,
so
great.
that they can
That's
maximize
good.
Does that make sense how that would be a thing, right? Does that make sense, Chad? I'm not trying to randomly throw in like my neurodivergence or anything like that. I just mean like maybe I don't scan for people's emotional, face signifiers as much as a neurotypical person would. That's why I think maybe I don't know it, because I never am like looking at somebody all like, oh, that's Botox clearly. Like I can't tell if it's Botoxed. Honestly, Stan, every video Sam drops, his whole crew is great. Yeah.
Say we do all that, but we're
Part of abundance hinges on a pipe dream about the housing market boosted with increased supply. Well, magically, that's my problem with it. That's my problem, is that that's all they've got is increase inventory, question mark, steal underwear, question mark, profit, right? That's all he's got. It's like somehow, the market's gonna heal it. So the world will heal.
we're talking here very specifically. The New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like, there are studies on this. You can read them. You can go talk to developers.
Yeah, his forehead doesn't move, but I guess I'm not like looking at people's foreheads enough to pick that up. That's why I think it's like I think I attribute it to.
The reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too. Why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll, that it creates a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects that are past that point. Like, I think that, let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with
Meta clear?
because I think you keep wanting to pull
You're gonna get meta clear with us?
it back to where
I'm sorry, Ezra. You're gonna buy me a drink first? What the fuck?
we can let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They're like they are your enemy. Hold on.
They have
there are
their
cases,
agenda,
sure,
and we have ours.
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build. It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart?
Ask your doctor if Metaclear is right for you. Ding, 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 ding.
Right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, is that a question of making
when you can't make your he's challenging Sam of like, all right, look, I know you can sit back and you can look at the situation from afar and you can say capitalism is the problem, the corporations are the problem, but what if I force you to bury your head in the sand to where you can't see the corporations, and what do you blame now?
I think, as a political matter,
He's like acting like Barry, the ostrich, the classical ostrich trope, right? To go back to our Looney Tunes, physics, right? Is the correct and based worldview to have. What if I bury your head in the sand and you can't see the corporations? Who are you gonna blame then? Look at how smug this asshole is. This guy is insufferable. Chat, I am of the mind, and I think I might put a poll up on the community posts to ask you, of all of Sam's recent debate partners, who have we got? Ethan Klein, Ezra Klein. Oh, wow. Wait, is there somebody else that he debated recently? Who else has he debated? I want to know, of all of his recent debate partners, who is the smuggest and most annoying? Who is the most insufferable debate partner that Sam has had?
Make the corporation your villain. What are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, is that a question of?
Yeah, I blew your mind, didn't I? I blew your mind a little bit there, Sam. Yeah, you haven't thought of that yet. Yeah, if you're not going to blame the corporation, who are you going to blame, huh, Sam? You won't have an answer. That's why you need to read Abundance again.
Of making the well, first off, I think as a political matter,
look at this shit. He Kermit the Frogged his shit. He's doing the Kermit thing.
The corporations.
He's drinking his tea.
Villain is going to be far more. You're going to have a far broader support than making, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
Does he not understand that if the corporations are not the villains of American politics, that either the homeless, the immigrants, trans people, black people, etc., 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 people on student visas, if you don't make the corporation, like, American politics does not just chill. It does not have a mode where it's like, just like, we're going to be reasonable here, right? There is always an enemy. There is always a monster. There is always a focus. And if it is not the proper focus, the thing that is actually making life hard for most Americans, which would be capitalism, it is going to be the victims of the system, right? You're either going to target the system and punch up, as all good comedians do, or you're going to target the weak and punch down, as all Tony Hinchcliffe clones do.
That's fine, but
okay. But then I
walk me
would
through the
say,
actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just like, the whole.
This guy, oh yeah, the Jubilee people. That should be an option on the poll. That should be an option on the poll. 100%, Rachel. Like, as far as debate partners, even though it's not technically a debate partner, it's a bunch of people. I feel like I should have the Jubilee kit, the Jubilee Zoomers as an option for the most smug, annoying debate partners that Sam has had.
Book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago, has now brought us this problem.
Bad Lefty, Ethan is worse, but Ezra is the most smug. True.
It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I don't think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say that the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they have somehow decommodified housing compared to California.
Not fucking stop strawmanning. Stop strawmanning Sam.
Have more space. They simply have more.
He only achieves this by pretending that there's only one variable when there's like 20 variables, right? He only achieves this like this sleight of hand of like, having a gotcha moment. But if you turn your brain off and you're like, yeah, Sam, what about that? What about that? You think that Texas is more, You think that Texas has, more equity than California?
Space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Shenzhen, plenty of space. The Texas is better at building housing because they have somehow decommodified housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space. They simply have
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space.
So he's trying to act like, because Sam says that the overarching issue that needs to be addressed is the fact that housing has become commodified, right? That there is an incentive for people to own more housing than they could possibly occupy. And there's an incentive for them to sit on these investments for years and years and years, not even renting it out, keeping it off the market, because they can make more money that way, right? That's the problem. or that is a problem. And I guess because, you know, Ezra can then turn around and say, well, do you think that you know, that's a worse problem in California than it is in Texas? Obviously not. So therefore that can't be the problem. That can't be the reason. It's such an oversimplified, like, non-argument. It's something that I expect to hear out of the likes of Destiny, right? Not out of a, you know, well-respected political pundit, OG blogger, nerd policy wonk like Ezra Klein.
Strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like, you go ride around where these fucking venture capital firms, man, I promise you, you will not leave that drive saying there is nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport there? Like, how are these
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rip
and
shit that it
whose
didn't happen.
taxpayer?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. He's wrong about that, isn't he? Chat, please, somebody correct me here, all right? High-speed rail is different, right, than light rail. Am I right about this? Light rail is public transport for commuters, like within a city. High-speed rail is a way of connecting various metropolitan areas. The I guess the project that he talks about in his book being connecting LA to Las Vegas was the idea, and then they scaled it back, and you know, the Democratic politicians decided we're going to let Elon do his hyperloop instead of, you know, actually implementing this money that Obama did set aside. This was a, you know, policy of Obama. Yeah, this is different, right? Is he mixing up high-speed rail and light rail? Because I feel like the light rail stuff, at least where I was, got, you know, done to some extent. They're finally they connected the west part of the city, south to north, and now they're working on the east part of the city, south to north. And I don't know, at some point, maybe theoretically, they're going to build a bridge east to west, or they're going to have, you know, a train line going east to west. You know, it's obviously not something that I live in a city, chat, where the east side was traditionally the wealthy area of town, right? And so as such, there's been a lot of pushback. There's been a lot of reticence to, you know, while they did finally fund and implement a light rail system, you know, going north to south on the west side and on the east side, the track that would have connected these two rails has yet to be built. And mainly because people on the east side of the city do not like the idea of people from the west side of the city having easy access to their area, to their little enclaves, right? So light rail is like a subway. Yeah, high-speed rail is like fancy. Yeah, it's TGV. Anybody know the TGV? What is it called? Transit Grand Vitesse or something? It's a French, you know, it's a train in France that goes between the major cities, and it travels at an extremely high speed, right? That's what we're talking about with high-speed rail, or like what they've got. I mean, Japan's a great example. I don't know if that was even on the agenda to make something, you know, that fast. But look at his forehead vein. Oh, you're right. Yeah. France has got the TGV, the TGV. Lyon to Paris is high-speed rail. Seattle and Bay Area, that's light rail. Yeah.
Hey, for that public transport and those.
Although in Seattle, light rail with you know, highly you know, sensitive to the desires of the East Side residents to not have the homeless be able to get access to their area.
There. I mean, that's
it was
the
our
point.
tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason.
Ezra, that's it, Ezra. The neoliberal version of luxury gay space communism people.
You can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas.
Wait, is he dehydrated?
That we've decommodified.
Is that when a forehead vein pops up when you're dehydrated? I must be very hydrated then.
in Texas. We just haven't.
Well, we have plenty of space in the desert too. But the point is how are we going to? I'm talking about the places where you guys specifically make the point that New York City, San Francisco.
Oh my God, chat! I need a guitar. When he said the desert, I immediately was like, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
These places are, where people should be living and create.
Da 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 da.
From my perspective in New York, having lived here more or less for 30 some odd years, 35 years, this place got a lot more expensive.
And Ezra Ball, that's a great question. Butterfly juice, yeah.
There were constraints on zoning. Not because there was equity. There hasn't been this place got more expensive.
I'm not again. I'm pro equity. I believe what I'm doing will create a whole lot more equity because you need to make the affordable housing. But in the book, if you've listened to it, I have a whole section critiquing Michael Bloomberg for this whole concept that New York City should be a luxury good. That
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
a whole section of the book that it is a incredible mistake that a lot of Democrats made along the way to sort of
without a
get into
doubt.
this
I
idea
mean, I'm
that
not
cities are like a
defending
penthouse for
Democratic-
the upper class.
Yes. And I would suggest, look, there was a
God, I hate classic rock so much.
this just came out, a report by the Fed, UCLA, that specifically addressed the question of whether it was housing constraints. California Federal Reserve researchers found that
Rachel says, before I moved to Albuquerque, I voted for a BART-style system for Seattle. Oh, that's right. Seattle had this whole thing where even the monorail in Seattle, which is basically like the monorail at Disneyland, it doesn't really do much, right? Was an attempt to get, an attempt to get Seattle moving as far as public transit goes. And they just have struggled for years and years and years and years. And they finally, at least have it on two, they got two rail lines north to south. They just haven't connected it yet because we can't possibly allow the poors from the west side to come over to the east side and pour it up.
constrained housing supply is relatively
He is
unimportant.
just there to sell a book. I bet he sold 0 books on MR.
Differences in rising.
I bet people that owned his book already, after watching him interface with Sam, may have taken their books back to the store.
prices among U.S. cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't. But
let's put
it said
gently
higher
that it's
income growth
controversial.
predicts the same growth. Okay.
Has Ezra killed a person? I think if you asked him, he'd be like, I'd do that.
Well, it's controversial. I'm willing to accept that. Like I say,
on some
I'm
basic
not.
You don't like Ezra's new look? Do you like him better on... just wait until he gets the Zuckerberg, right? I predict that this guy starts training jujitsu. I predict that he starts wearing oversized t-shirts and a necklace, right? And he gets his hair, he gets a perm on his... What is it? Like a cold... I can't remember the hair treatment, but... Oh, speaking of which, chat, I gotta get some hair. I gotta get some shampoo, right? I just noticed that the only I got that clarifying shampoo, but that shit will take the color right out of my hair. It's probably the worst choice I could have made. I gotta find some juicy shampoo and conditioner. You know what I mean? Like moisturizing stuff. Because chat, you don't even know. My hair got worked the other day, right? It was highlights. Okay, here's what it was, right? Shampoo, highlights, shampoo, all over lightning, right? Shampoo, color, shampoo, right? It just and in between, every time I'm getting shampooed, I'm getting blow dried, right? And it's just my hair is, fairly dry at this. I really need to juice it up. I really need that juicy stuff. Will he become the Dick in the Box guys? Wait, what are the Dick in the Box guys? Ezra is going to get the Edgar. That's right. He's going to get the Edgar. There's a style he hasn't done that would be more authentic, but he's a grifter. So this is authentic for grifters.
Some basic level,
To
right? If
contrast-
you have enough things fall apart.
Wait, why would he become the dick in the box guy? The book is worse than a dick in the box? What if it's a dick in the book? What if he comes out, chat, and he's carrying the book and he's like, I got my new book for you. Would you like to check it out? Would you like to maybe, and you try to grab it from him and you're like, wait, it's stuck. What? Well, why don't you open it up? And you open it up and his dick's like, there's like a little cutout in the pages and his dick's in there. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This book was a dick in the box the whole time?
Supply and demand. If you have enough of something, if you have too much of something,
Ooh, coconut oil is a good idea. Yeah. And wrap?
the price of it is going to fall, right? They'll argue that
Hair hates the tropics? Really?
higher incomes, because
I feel like my hair likes the desert, actually. I don't know why, right? You'd think it would dry it the fuck out, but for some reason, my hair always looks really good in the desert. Coconut oil as a pre-poo hair mask. Nice. 30 minutes in a plastic bag on top. Okay, I could do that. I'm sure I will. In fact, I'm sure I could find coconut oil for fairly cheap, I think.
and this
There is like a weird like organic-y shop near my house. It's also kind of overpriced, but I feel like they're the kind of place that you would expect to see coconut oil. And I do not remember finding any coconut. I don't know where to find stuff.
again, like I think in a weird
It's Schrodinger's cock. That's right.
we would agree on this. Higher incomes are going to be a causal factor in restrictive zoning and building policies, because people get higher incomes, they buy a house, that house becomes a major asset for them. And again, this is all in the book. The way they can protect the value of that asset is by making it impossible for other
100%.
people to live in near them. They are creating
course.
their own scarcity. And so
Yes.
again, when I hear this book is not about power, to me, this book is all about power.
Well, but I still can't get an answer as to what is the primary. If we're talking from a national perspective, right? I mean, across the country, this is going to be a message. You just visited the Senate caucus to talk about this. Derek was talking about there's a fight. It's happening right now. Our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. I mean,
Oh wait,
this fight's going.
so wait, it's a Lonely Island song. Somehow I missed that whole era. It's the humidity. It causes frizz. I mean, do I look like this area? This is the rainy season. All right. It wasn't supposed to start too soon. We're supposed to get a little bit more of the hot season, but the rainy season, I'm gonna be honest, has started. Right. We had such a it rained so hard last night it fucking killed the power. Right. So but I do you see frizz? Does it seem frizzy? And my hair has been worked. I mean, my hair has been worked. This is the most lightening that I think I've ever had done to my hair. You know, which is very drying. And then on top of that, shampoo. On top of that, before the last time that I washed my hair, I used a clarifying shampoo and conditioner. I don't know. I feel like there's everything is pushing my hair towards being, you know, incredibly frizzy, and it's actually not bad. Like considering the frizz I've experienced, right? I don't think this is too bad. I think my hair's doing okay with it. I don't know. Maybe I just have a weird hair type.
Going on, and this is part of a movement.
Your hair is so shiny right now. Coconut oil would help you keep the shine nice.
There's a lot of money behind it. I can't remember the organization. You probably know. Just dropped $120 million.
Sealing your cuticles with a high-grade ceramic straightening iron. Ooh. Ceramic straightening iron. I used to have one. Like a Chi. Like the Chi brand ceramic straightening iron. See, I've done that too, but like then you kind of end up in this place where right, do you see how it's wavy? Like right now my hair is wavy, and that's how my hair is, right? It can go curly if I want to, you know, do it that way, or it can go straight if I use like a straightening iron, right? But I don't know. Like for years and years, I've relied on a straightening iron to manage the frizz when I lived in a very humid but fairly overcast, and I wouldn't say it was a cold town, you know, it's Pacific Northwest, so it's, you know, that kind of thing.
Citing the abundance movement. There's a lot of money behind this. What is the I know that there are granular problems in each of these different cities, but do you think if there is a villain, and I imagine that there's, a good movement always needs
Wait, GHD, is that like is that a brand of straightening iron?
a villain. What is the villain? Is it just we have overly restrictive zoning, and
I think you and I probably
everything-
actually disagree that good movements are built on clear villains. But let me try to give you a good answer to this question.
Davy Cliff, if we go with abundance, can the president at least be Hunter Biden? George Santos is VP. That's a good choice. That will soften the edges. Yeah, and a little Vaseline on the lens too could help. Yeah.
We didn't think the intra-left argument was with you. Just to be really blunt about it, I thought
me?
you the neo-brand
You really did build him up into the final boss, didn't you?
etc.
I don't know if I'm necessarily a neo-Brandeisian, but okay.
You may not be, but they've been very critical of it.
Wait, GHD is a British band? Probably the best in the game. Safest British brand. I'm sorry. I thought I read British band. I was like, wait, how is the music going to help my hair?
We thought the intra-left argument had to do much more with a debate that is very live. Again, it's a sort of New Deal, New Left divide to us between is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to create this kind of plentitude of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book.
Basic iron is like 150 to 300, but has an epic warranty. I've had mine for 15 years. Not a single blip in service. The one that I had, my ceramic iron for years and years and years, did not break. And I probably spent about $100 on it back in the day. I've got to get it for cheaper than that, though. Like, right? A lot of electronics in Thailand, I found, are just about as expensive as they would be anywhere else, or at least in the United States. But I feel like, what did I spend on my hairdryer? Was 500 baht. 500 baht is essentially $15. That's pretty cheap, right? Like, you're not gonna you're not gonna find a lot of $15 hair dryers in the U.S., are you? And like, if you are, it's gonna be a complete, drugstore garbage one.
Or is it more of a small is beautiful future?
Small is beautiful? Oh my God. What? Are we talking about dicks, Ezra? What's going on? By the way, chat, small is beautiful. Let's go.
To us between is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to
make the dicks bigger, okay.
create this kind of plentitude.
Put some kind of androgens in the drinking water or something. I don't know.
Of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book. Or is it more of a small is beautiful future?
Or is it small is beautiful, where we put what is that stuff called? Propecia in the water tanks.
Is it more degrowth inflected?
Degrowth, yeah.
Is it more that we actually build too much already? Is it
the dicks are too big? I agree, Ezra. I completely agree. The dicks are already too big.
That there isn't enough meaning in things. In a weird way, Donald Trump has begun to really embody this other side when he comes out and he says, maybe the kids have too many dolls, right?
Maybe the dicks are too big.
You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5.
You got 7 inches, maybe you only need 4.
So our view was not that the sort of fight that was live here was with people who worry about
Jaster says, what planet does this guy live on? The planet of the dicks.
Power. It's that if you come from the places I come from, or frankly that you live in now and I live in now, you see a lot of Democrats who show up at the planning meeting and don't want any affordable housing because they don't want it to change their housing values.
Chat, this is why I'm going to drink bottled water, just in case somebody gets frisky and decides to try to put, androgens into the drinking water.
You see a lot of people using all sorts of tools of delay and all sorts of directions to stop things from happening. And to us,
yours was like $25, so not that much more expensive than what I spent.
Like
Conair. See, I feel like mine's probably a slightly better, but then again, maybe hair dryers aren't the thing that you want to spend a ton of money on, right? As long as you've got a hot mode, a cool mode, and a button to cool it off at the end, like as you're, as you're getting to the end of your hair, like you press the button for the cool, and you hit the ends with the cool to kind of seal off the cuticles, I guess. Is that what it does? Maybe you 4-inch with a metal rod, just like Elon. Oh no, we don't want any Elon dicks.
I think one of the really profound fights is, do you think delay
Quick, drink 4 years of water to avoid toxins?
as a omnipresent tool of governance is a virtue, or do you think speed is more of a virtue? And if you think speed is a virtue, as I do, I think we should deliver government services much faster. Then what sort of...
You think speed is a virtue, Ezra, and yet you don't know the difference between high-speed rail and light rail, right? You don't know the difference between the TGV in France and the Seattle light rail.
moves are you willing to make that true?
I'm confused.
What?
You were surprised that your fight your fight was with the Neo-Brandeisians.
Wait, the dryer has to be ceramic coating? Most are now? Wait, what? Wait, where does the coating go? Are you talking about like on the tip of the dryer? Oh my god, why am I saying tip?
Who did you think? Who did you think the fight was? Like you talk,
there's a big schism in the environmental movement and the environmental community between the side
It goes on the fins inside the
that
nozzle.
thinks we need to build our way towards decarbonization, and the side that is much more about worrying that when we build things, we're going to change environments. We're using things like the California Environmental Quality Act or the National Environmental Policy Act to stop things that might.
What
Parthenon says, anyone here like fish sticks? Yes, we're all gay fish.
would their movement? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
If you follow or report on any part of the decarbonization fight, you will find that the entire architecture of environmental policy we have is being mobilized against it in order to sue it out of existence, sometimes by moneyed interests. But
We're the gayest fesh over here. Oh my gosh.
point in time when like a
Chat, I think gay fesh still hates me though.
of the Sunrise Movement, I think it was in mass, signed on to a solar moratorium. There is a lot of conflict among people who see themselves as liberals committed to these goals, etc., on whether building is good or bad. I think that if you
Growthers? It sounds like growers. Is he talking about growers? Not showers?
you're looking very skeptically, but what do you think NIMBYs
You're looking at me very skeptically.
are?
Well, I think NIMBYs for the most part are wealthy people.
Great, that's a big part of the fight we thought we were about
I
to
mean,
have.
the Kennedys,
Yes.
stop the windmills.
So now you're making my argument for me. Come on, do it. Give it to me here.
No. But when I look at the
That forehead vein, right? He's definitely, I don't know if Ezra is a grower or a shower.
strain,
Yo, welcome streamer. Welcome streamer. Welcome raiders. You have just raided in to my debate analysis of Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein, not Ethan Klein, not to be confused with the other Klein of recent prominence. But yeah, glad to have you along with us for the ride tonight, Echoplex Media viewers. It's good as always to see you. I am Irene, aka nocommentchick. I stream sort of late night, evening time, and yeah, we're talking about forehead veins, like the one that Ezra is showing. We're talking about growers. We're talking about showers. We're talking about size ain't nothing but a number tonight, because we're talking about abundance.
through those people and their ability to actually impact policy, I see money.
Okay, but so you look at
Ezra has a brain erection. Are you saying he has a brainer?
one strain, and I probably have a broader
Does he have a brain on?
set. So let me give
what's
you one where we
broader
will,
than that?
let me give you one where we will disagree.
Wait, what is broader than that?
Because it's
that
not just the Kennedys. It's not just the people
No,
you're
I know it's
comfortable
not
with.
just the Kennedys.
It's also the poor and dispossessed and powerless who I'm now going to redefine as powerful through my granular approach to policy.
But I'm talking wherever those NIMBYs succeed, I am willing to bet that the
See, the problem is, chat, that, you know, NIMBYs were a problem, are a problem, will continue to be a problem, but somebody criticizing NIMBYs is not exculpatory as far as them being part of the same kind of problem. Do you get what I'm saying? In Ezra, we see the example of the YIMBY that is annoying, insufferable, smug, useless in the same way as many of the NIMBYs, right? All the while he extols the virtues of yes in my backyard, right? But also yes in your backyard, and also no air filter for you, even though we're putting your public housing next to the highway. We will not stop to build a filter because that would take too much time. And ours is a robust and vigorous liberalism, much like Joe Biden famously rails his wife after a hard day of presidenting.
relationship between how much money they have and the YIMBYs have, the NIMBYs far more often than not will have more money. I mean, this is like, I know you know the research on this. Like when these are contested, there's no doubt in my mind that we have regulations or that, but it's to protect people's assets and people who have assets versus people who don't have assets.
Versus people who have ass hats.
So like that is I don't know how you generalize it more than that.
So I think on the NIMBY side, we largely agree, right? And so when I say that we thought there were different obvious sources of opposition, that was a big one. And again, as you know, there's a whole section of the book.
You have to have a yard to be a YIMBY.
How destructive it has been to turn housing into the central asset class and wealth engine for the middle to upper middle class, right? It's not true for the very wealthy, but that's a thing people know. But here's a place where we probably disagree. In California, where I'm more familiar with the politics, the California Environmental Quality Act, which I think most people agree has overgrown its initial design and is being used to do things like try to stop.
Ezra behaves a lot richer than he probably is. Yeah, I mean, this is what my grandmom would have wanted for like our family, right? And trying to like wean the southernness out of us through correcting our grammar, right? Something like the way that Ezra talks it definitely is very posh coded, even if he himself does not come from money in that same way, which I really don't know. I don't know anything about this guy's background. So
UC Berkeley from expanding dormitoriums because more students are environmental nuisance.
Dorms is what students call these buildings, not dormitoriums.
One thing that really defends it is that there's a coalition.
What are you, Roman?
Of unions that use CEQA to sue development in order to get unrelated labor standards concessions. And to me, that is a misuse of power. I am pro stronger labor standards. I am not pro radically expanding how much you can delay.
He's what people imagine when they say the New York liberal elite. He really is.
Every single project in order to get concessions.
Trying to copy the Obama cadence. Yeah, there's a lot of people on that tip these days, right? Josh Shapiro. Who else? Pete Buttigieg is kind of doing that.
We're not in the initial architecture or
this is so shit-led West Coast coded, right? And I don't know.
vision of that bill. So yes, there is power.
He's making the argument that maybe the Kasperian effect is worse on the West Coast.
NIMBYs are power, and the NIMBYs are related to money, but power is also misused by groups I feel more allied with. And that's one utility of focusing on blue states for me.
We had a union problem in the context of Medicare for all in that fight. Yep. I mean, there's I think you can find that all across a ton of different issues, and you'll have unions on different sides of the same issue because they're
carpenters and builder trades are very different in California.
But I think we both agree that the net value of a strong union movement is a positive, and actually, like a lot of problems we have in terms of across the board are a function.
The internet says he's worth about $5 million
of the deunionization of the country. So there's no doubt, like, we can find specific instances, and I sort of feel like that's, I think, part of what I have as a critique of the book. There are particular instances, but broadly speaking, when we're talking about coalitional politics, which is definitionally democratic politics, to move forward and to have power and to actually get things done, it seems to me you can't do it by diminishing the coalition.
So there we genuinely disagree.
Yes.
Like that is truly, like, I always want to be very honest about points of disagreement. There are places where I think we are actually aligned, and here I think Democrats have become way over coalitional, and I think it is a huge problem that we are.
Here we go. We're over coalitional. So yeah, the obvious question is then becomes, who are we dropping from the coalition? Who are we kicking off the island? And if you understand left politics at all, you understand the problem with this is that setting a precedent of, decoalitioning whenever it's convenient to do so doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in your remaining coalition members, right? If you've shown that your first impulse to solving a problem is to kick somebody off the island, then the rest of the people in your coalition are now wondering, when will it be my turn to get kicked off the island? And they should be wondering that, right? You have shown yourself to be untrustworthy at this point, and you are going to have a problem building a coalition, and you're going to have a real problem building solidarity.
Not delivering.
Which parts of the coalition do you think should be jettisoned?
I don't ever talk about in terms of jettisoning, because I don't think that's how coalitions work. I think they just change.
Sam, I'm not going to say.
I do not think we.
Sam, I'm not going to say the quiet part out loud. What are you, crazy?
Should have such a level of procedure.
No, you'll know, chat. You'll know when Ezra Klein and his abundance Democrats drop you from the coalition. You will definitely feel it.
That forces this many giveaways to this many interests in every process. And again, to use an example where I think we would probably be
Can
more
you be specific about the interests? Are there interests that go across the board? I mean, that's what I keep trying to get at. Is that, like, everything is specific?
You keep trying. I think my virtue is specificity, and your critique of me is I'm overly specific. Mine of you is you're overly general.
I'm saying, like, you're specific about the granular instances, but you say we need to have less interests. And I want to know who those interests are that we need to have less of.
I want to have, let me go back to the Medicare example for a minute, because you brought that up and I think it's a good one.
Medicare. Sorry, I thought he said Medicare. I thought he was talking about Mr. Medicare for a second.
We passed Medicare, sent out those cards in a year. When the Biden administration did two things I think we both probably liked, which is prescription drug negotiations and limiting out-of-pocket lifetime caps, or having lifetime caps for out-of-pocket costs. It took them 3 to 4 years to move it through a regulatory process that we have expanded with things like notice and comment periods and more opportunities for judicial review that can be utilized by, in this case, pharmaceutical companies, but others as well, to kind of slow everything down and force a lot of concession. I want to break that process and make it much more under agency discretion, what they do, and make it harder to challenge.
Will Medicare? Yeah.
Case, that's going to hurt pharmaceutical companies. right? So I think that you and I would like it.
Yeah, that's scary. An idea of a fusion between Will Medicare, why can't I say his name now? Mr. Medicare and Will.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading
radicals in my chat. Wow, welcome in. Will Medicare, that's what I'm trying to say.
In the California,
like Will Medicare would be like if you crossed Mr. Medicare with Will Medicare.
Housing case, I want to make housing construction much closer to by right? I want you to have the right to build the housing you want to build, assuming it conforms to basic standards. This is what we've done in California.
No, Chad is exactly right. He is definitely wriggling out of any sort of meaningful answer to the questions that Sam is asking. He doesn't want, and he's learned from the Trump administration that you don't actually have to give an answer.
It worked really, really well. A lot of people will be mad about that. NIMBYs, certain unions, etc. I would like to make it easier to build modular housing. Again, different people will be mad at that. I don't have one answer for you on who I'm trying to screw over, because I'm not trying to screw anybody over. What I'm trying to do is focus liberal governance on the outcomes it is promising people and get people to confront why we are failing to deliver them.
This sort of fetishism for outcomes, right? It's so like Reagan coded.
If you end up with a different answer,
Ezra vocal fry though,
that's great. But that,
do you think that he took like voice lessons, chat? I feel like dudes like Ezra Klein, they probably have, taken more voice lessons than your average trans girl.
it should be a very granular confrontation with why high-speed rail didn't happen, why the Second Avenue subway is so fucking expensive, why we're not building enough housing. I don't believe you can do this in generalities in the way that I think a lot of people want to. I think that it requires a lot of confrontation with the individual failures we see, and then trying to figure out, okay, do things rhyme across these failures? Is there a level of government that should have the authority that currently does it? That kind of thing.
All right. Now, I've held you really long, and so I want to, but let me just.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, chat? Because if you watch the rest of Sam's show, he says something like, I could have just gone on, right? Do you think, is Sam getting a message? Do Ezra's producers message Matt, and then Matt messages Sam and says, hey, they're wanting to get off, wrap it up, right? Is that what happens when he says that? Or does he just look at the clock and be like, we agreed to talk for an hour or for 45 minutes. It's been 45 minutes.
So what is then the political, what do we organize around as a political movement? If it is in these various instances, people are going to get situationally.
Show a picture of some old Ezra and show everyone who he really is.
Marginalized in the process, right? I mean, or however gently you want to say. Your interests here, we're going to ignore in these specific cases. What is the political message that's going to resonate and get these different factions of the Democratic Party on board with this as a broad message?
I think every national politician who succeeds tends to be reformist and highly critical of the era of their party that came right before them. Bill Clinton was very critical of the Democratic Party preceding him, sort of New Democrat, etc. Barack Obama was extremely critical of both the way money acted in politics prior to him. You might disagree about his actual administration, and then the Iraq War. Donald Trump was extremely critical of the pre-Donald Trump Republican Party. I think being honest with people that you have noticed the same failures on your side that they have is a very potent politics. Now, I am not a politician. I don't have to win elections. I have a freedom to say things that I think are true, that maybe Pete Buttigieg and Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer and whoever don't. So I don't necessarily come here telling you I know how to win elections. I don't think you should believe me or really anybody else who doesn't routinely win elections if they tell you that. But the idea that pointing out, yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, things are moving too slow. Yeah, you don't feel the government is spending your money well. I thought it was incredibly telling that when the New York Times polled this just a couple weeks ago, what you found when you polled people, is government inefficient? +18. Is Doge a good idea? +6. Is Doge doing a good job? -some significant number.
Penguin Main says, I didn't know about this guy until today, but after seeing this 3 times, he's annoying as fuck. Well, now you're where we are, Penguin Main. Welcome. Welcome to the club.
Is Elon Musk doing a good job? Like minus
Welcome to the Ezra Klein Haters Society.
15 or 20. People believe, often correctly, that government doesn't deliver for them, that it's not spending their money well, that they're not getting what they want out of it. And I think going to them in the first order and saying, yeah, I am going to be relentlessly focused on making sure the roads I promised to fix for you actually get.
It's funny. He uses some of the same terminology, like when he says like laser focused, right? This is like the kind of thing that AOC would say, but there's a difference between AOC saying something that is in her normal like lexicon, like of how she talks in real life, versus Ezra Klein, you know, and this dude is, you know, like he looks close to Sam's age. He's not, he's a lot younger, right? He's kind of like too young to be this out of touch. And yet here he is trying to, you know, trying to use the terminology.
Get fucking fixed this time. We are actually
we have to lock in. We have to lock in on the
in a bill. We learned something about California high-speed rail, and the next time we do one of these big projects, here's what we learned, and here's how we are going to make it work. I could be wrong. I think it's a potent politics.
Which of the 3 Democratic presidencies that we've lived under would you rate the highest in terms of your policy set, in terms of accomplishing them?
Obama, but there's things you need to learn from that one too.
And that's a function of the ACA?
The 3 presidents in their lifetime, what would that be? Clinton, Obama, and Biden. Wow. Wait, even with Sam, who is a little bit older than Ezra, like, right, he's only got 3, because the previous one would have been Carter. Wait a minute. Wasn't Sam alive for Carter? Anyway, chat. Anyway, it doesn't. Maybe you should forgetting about Jimmy Carter.
Function of the ACA. I mean, I think they got a lot done that was very valuable, but I will.
Biohacking does a body bad. How much biohacking do you think Ezra's doing, and how crunchy do you think his biohacking is? Right.
I always say that part of my thinking goes back to that era, because you go back to the 2009 stimulus bill, and what does it promise? Whether it's big headline projects that are going to be the reinvestment side, it's high-speed rail, it's a national set of interoperable health records, and it's a national smart grid, and we are 0 for 3.
I would also argue they screwed up on the housing crisis immensely. And under Obama, we lost what it was.
Sam had Carter.
1,000 statewide Democrats, which is why I think we had such a poor bench over the in the following 10 years. Some comptroller loses their job because of the wave. I'm not convinced that we didn't get Trump as a function of Obama.
I think a full debate between us on Obama should wait for another day. That would be
a different day. But Ezra, I really appreciate you taking the time. And
God damn.
To Abundance, and of course your podcast, huge podcast, and the New York Times is also a well-known newspaper.
I've heard of it. Yeah, a strong Northeast regional. Thank you, Sam. I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks, Ezra. All right, folks, we got to take a quick break. Head in.
Thanks, Sam, for reminding us that Ezra Klein is way more more influential than I think any of us are comfortable with. I bet it's the low tier shit, like the Liver King stuff, like eating scrotes and wait, what is it called? Like scrotes and
to the fun half of the program, wherein we will have fun.
What's that?
I didn't feel like we could have done that for a I don't know what just happened. Folks, it's your support. It's your support that keeps this show going. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only get the
Yeah, he shits on Ezra's book more in the fun half. I noticed that.
free show, free of
They keep on bringing him back, even when he tries to move on. He talks about it a little bit in the fun half, and then somebody IMs to talk about it, and somebody calls to right. He just the callers and the IMers keep on bringing him back to it.
commercials. You also get the fun half. You get to IM the show.
This is
That was fun. Let's not do it again. Don't worry.
the part that Russ thought we were just saying for ourselves when he got to break 2 seconds ago.
I always go to break during
Like
this part.
what?
This is
I
never
want to see the book shitting. Yeah, like they should literally shit on books.
on the show.
I was just saying there
Just
was a
cut to the
lot of
one shot.
reviews. Apparently, when did I get cut off?
Oh, hey, Russ,
Probably asked Chat GPT to write his book using AOC's verbiage. Yeah. I mean, that's unironically, this is what they're trying to do, right? Bernie and AOC are onto something. Now, these are imperfect candidates that have made compromises that have turned a lot of people's stomachs, right? But in terms of their ability to resonate with the American people, they're more onto something than any other force in the Democratic Party right now. I feel like Ezra Klein and this whole abundance thing, I don't know. I mean, they've been working on this book for a while, so I don't want to jump to the conclusion that they are, this is an effort to steal the thunder of, and I want to say Bernie and AOC, like I'm anticipating, obviously Bernie's too old to run for president again. We don't even know how many more times, how much longer he will stay as senator, but, his message is, as it was in 2016, what really resonates, right? And so, if I think they're like, in some ways, like they do try to kind of latch on to the more aesthetic aspects of what resonates, whether it's, Bernie or AOC, and they try to combine that with their rebranding of neoliberalism, which is neoliberalism is on how many rebrands now? How many times have we repackaged and rebranded neoliberalism to try to act like it's not the same fucking loser liberal philosophy from back when the liberals started being losers? Bernie is the kind of guy to live to 120. Here's the thing, Debbie, I think you're right, and I think he honestly could. I think he's more cognitively competent to run the executive branch than Trump or Biden. All right. And I think that'll probably stay for a few years. But that being said, I can't imagine trying to actually run a Bernie Sanders candidacy, after the debacle with Biden. Right. I feel like, you would be talking nothing but his age. Ethan has Ezra on. Wait, what? Ethan has Ezra on? Then California implodes and we get sucked into a better timeline? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't think that Ethan could hold up a policy discussion with Ezra Klein, right? In a lot of ways, as far as a political content creator, he is very much a pretender. I'm okay with them trying to work within the system. I think it's pushed the party further left than it was. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, is that like that's where the energy is right now. But what dudes like Ezra Klein try to do is come along and repackage the same strategies that have been failing the Democratic Party, if not electorally, then certainly on policy, and then electorally down the road for years and years and years. The Democratic Party has been lost in the woods. It is not the same party that it was under the New Deal consensus. Title says Sam debates Ezra. MPB, do you want me to turn back time for you? You can do that yourself, right? Using the little toggle wheel if you really want to see the debate part.
Went to instead of the one shot, he just went to break.
There was like a 10-second pause where you weren't talking, so I thought, okay, maybe when he said
get
we're
with
going
the
to fun-
program. People should be listening to this show on 1.5 times speed. That is the bar to entry for this program.
That is what I listen to.
Also, don't forget justcoffee.coop. Fair trade, coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. And check out, look at if there is ever a day where I came off as Max Left. put up this is the hat. This is the merch. This is the merch pitch. They just went to town. Those
Are they going to show the merch?
corporate evil corporate bastards. Max Left. You can get the truckers hat, 2 different types of truckers hats. Check those out.
Chat, I kind of need a trucker hat.
We have completely Russ.
There it is.
Working on it.
Okay, it's Russ. That's the new guy. That's what I was trying to ask you, chat, who the new guy is. It's Russ. All right, so we got Max Left, and Majority Report Tim Pool style beanie, Majority Report trucker hat with a patch.
We have completely over commodified merch and hats.
And that's how easy it is to have merch for yourself, chat. I've been like, look, I've thought about doing, some merch, but I didn't, because like I felt like all it would be was like, well, we'll find a meme that everybody likes and we'll put put the text on a hat, and that's like all there. And I was like, that's not good merch. Look, I don't want people buying, if I sell merch, I want it to be merch that people wear because they want it, because they like it, not because they're just like, yeah, I support NCC. Here, let me pay for your Redbubble t-shirt or whatever.
Can I pitch a hat?
Listen, I'll tell you something.
I feel like the Weasel plushie would be the best thing to get. The unfortunate thing though with the plushies, and I've looked into it, chat, is that when you put out a plushie, nobody gets the plushie until I think like 50 people have ordered it or something. Like there's some minimal order that nothing goes out before you hit that minimal order. And if you don't ever hit the minimal order, then you just, you have your, your $30. You're just not able to use that for a long time. And then eventually it gets refunded. And it's just like, that's no fun to anybody. Also, some of the plushies I saw looked a little bit on the cheap side. And I don't want that either. I don't know, chat. I'm a perfectionist, so we're still waiting on the merch, I guess, until I can perfect that. They were still waiting on a lot of things that I need to do for this.
You can pitch a hat
for this stream.
You got to go through a lot of procedures
I want-
we even contemplate it, which is why.
Wait, what kind of stickers would you want?
Hats cost
NCC face covering an entire shirt. There we go.
$5.
I want a hat that says
Max Left.
Ezra fucking Klein.
That's a good idea.
All right.
Because I feel like he said the F word a lot.
Wait, ask me about Baldos. Ask me about JO pants would be the shirts I wouldn't wear, maybe, but some would appreciate the concept.
Did he?
I like that.
There's maybe more than a dozen F-bombs.
Are you serious?
We need an
Oh,
abundance
yeah.
of.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I did not.
This is what I was talking about, right? Russ actually counted up the number of times Ezra said fuck. And it just doesn't roll out of his mouth naturally, right? It's just not like it feels like he's butterfly stickers. Oh, good idea. Weasel stickers, shaky gurgas. What about refrigerator magnets? Would anybody want is that too mom? Is that too mom for me to say refrigerator magnet? Yeah, you could put up your kids' homework assignment that they got an A on with my new refrigerator magnet. They really didn't waste any time talking about Ezra. Well, they did talk about him in the fun half, I think, trying to appeal to the youth by saying naughty. That's exactly right. And in so many other ways too. Like I said, when he's saying lasering in on, right? That's not language that naturally sits in his mouth. Ezra fucking Klein.
I don't register that, but I didn't swear.
Not once.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've trained myself That was back
God damn it, Sam. I'm kind of jealous of this. Listen to his story.
day on radio. It was like, I'm not going to cause who's going to pay this $50,000 fine? It ain't going to be me.
I feel like I heard in the old archives you talking to Janine in like 2007 or something about how you taught yourself how not to.
My other car is a Baldo.
You never swore on air accidentally.
Chat, the Baldo still blows my mind. The fact that that's real.
Yeah. I don't remember how I did that, but
I'm just trying to imagine the situation where, like, you know, you're with your partner, right? And, you know, you've been dating for a little while, kind of ready to take it to the next level. And, you know, you're just like, you know, like you can feel the tension because you know something's going to happen on this date, right? And he's like, he's like, no, before we started, I just wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of something called a Baldo? Have you ever heard of the Baldo? Well, I actually happen to have one, and you know, if you'd be willing to try it out with me, you know, they're like, I would love to put my balls in you. Like, what the fuck? What is that conversation like? I'm not trying to kink shame here, Chad. If there's any Baldo enjoyers, feel free to enjoy your Baldo. What is a Baldo? Oh my god. I'm trying to think of, is there a way that I can explain the Baldo, or I can't really, I want to show you pictures, right? But I worry about getting in trouble for showing those pictures because the Baldo is in fact a dildo for one's balls, right? If that makes sense. It's a device for somebody to put their balls into that is then used to penetrate their partner with their balls. If anyone's ever just wanted to penetrate their partner, but with the balls rather than with the other part, this is what the Baldo excels at. This is the Baldo's raison d'etre. And yeah, it exists. It's a device to put the balls in to penetrate someone with balls. Which, I mean, like I said, not trying to kink shame here.
Anyways, shop.majorityreportradio.com. Matt.
Anyways, nocommentchick.com/Baldo left maxing Baldo. Like, what would if I sold a Baldo, chat, if I sold a Baldo as merch, what would mine say? It would have to say something. It would have to have I would have to have some text on it or something. That sounds painful. I think that might be part of the idea, Davi. I think it might be for people that like to, you know, maybe incorporate a little pain. Used to be a safe sex educator. I never heard of this. I am charmed. It's kind of amazing that it exists. Like, I'm kind of amazed and yeah, that this is a thing and that there's like people out there that would like to use one of those promo code for the Baldos. Heard of butt plugs?
Left Reckoning.
Yeah, actually, speaking of...
It would say no comment on the Baldo. Oh, that's perfect.
Big ideas. Huge show for ideas last night on Left Reckoning. Andrew Hartman talking about his giant opus, Karl Marx in America, which is a really exceptional book.
Yeah, Karl Marx was a big proponent of the Baldo. A lot of people don't realize this. He actually gifted Abraham Lincoln with a Baldo that said Communist Manifesto on it, right? That was his merch at the time. Just, the Communist Manifesto apparently was the Baldo. And if Abraham Lincoln had stayed home and fucked his partner with his wife, I guess, with the Baldo, instead of going to Ford's Theater, maybe he'd be alive today, chat. Maybe Abraham Lincoln. Is there a Baldo for boobs? Sounds like feminism to me. That would it have to kind of squish them down though? They have to get squished down substantially. Maybe. I learned so much here, right? About Abraham Lincoln's Baldo.
Talking about the history.
Gifted to him by Karl Marx.
That guy's ideas and how they've been...
Chad, if only Joe Biden had used the Baldo, right? Maybe we wouldn't have Donald Trump as president.
Inspiring and terrifying people in this country. Also, Michael Burns, formerly of Wisecrack, came...
The boobdo.
Talk about...
Anyway. Chat, there's a little bit more discussion of Ezra Klein in the fun half.
And so, like, we even contemplate it, which is why these hats cost 30.
Sorry to disappoint everyone. I'm just a random guy.
It's all the boys today.
Fundamentally false.
No, I'm sorry. Women's
Stop talking
Oh,
for a
wow.
second. Now let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7A?
Yes.
Old enough to see the original run of Cyrano de Bergerac?
I don't even know what that's in reference to.
It's an old Italian.
Cyrano de Bergerac actually, there's one version of it where instead of the prosthetic nose, the actor playing Cyrano actually wears a baldo on his. Okay, I'm making it up at this point.
Italian play about.
No, I know what the play is. I just don't know what that's in reference to.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. Who's on first?
Didn't you see Roxanne? Was that the one with Steve Martin? Yeah, that was the Cyrano de Bergerac, remake, as it were.
I think every cartoon in the 90s had a Cyrano de Bergerac episode.
Lavender Allergy. If I wrote a book and Richie Torres liked it, I would burn all the copies I still had in my possession. Kowalski from Nebraska. Cutting SNAP benefits is not just evil in the sense that politicians will burn in hell for this, but economically it's not sound. From a pragmatic standpoint, if people are desperate, and since we need food to survive, we can either A, give them food in the form of welfare, or B, they will steal the food.
Ezra Klein is going to be smoking that Bhutanese Shadow Garden Dark Evil pack.
If they steal the food, one of two things
Ezra Klein as Dracula
will
Flow?
happen. They'll get away with it, meaning the grocery store eats the...
How about Baldo Flow?
Which is
Gerard Depardieu wearing a Baldo to reprise his role. Yeah.
tax write-off. So we all pay for it, or they get caught and arrested. While in custody of the state, we'll have to feed them and pay for them. It probably disrupted their children's lives as well, and it harms the chance of future employment, thus undermining the mission of the cruelty. Well, first off, the mission is short term. If they can kick this down the road and not have it show up in the balance sheet when they pass this tax cuts, mission accomplished. They don't give a shit about long-term, the long-term implications.
Yeah, I just Googled the Baldo, says Christ Elijah. Look, my thought about it is that this is either something that is, actually like legitimately enjoyable to some people out there, or this is something that like they want to, that there's like a need, there's a desire for something like this, but maybe the product that exists doesn't really work that well, or it has some issues, or you know what I mean, it needs some tweaking, but they went ahead and sold it anyway because there's dudes out there that are just like, yes, I want the Baldo. Like I can't tell whether it's like a real product that actually services a very real need of some people out there, or if it's a product that's designed to look like it serves that need while leaving something to be desired. He's on some Thomas. See what I mean? People in chat, it must feel incredible. See, there is definitely a market for this thing. I just don't know if it actually works, or if it's just one of those. Is it a vapor? I just need to know, chat. Is the Baldo vaporwave? I mean, sorry, but vaporwave. What am I talking about? Is it vaporware? That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, I said the music style when I was trying to say the software style.
The whole game is to push it down the road. I mean, on some level, like that's the problem with having no filter, like complaining about filters on these apartments, because the kids are going to have.
I have no balls. I couldn't test it. Same problem, Rachel.
Asthma, and they're going to be low-income kids getting asthma.
I mean, it's not really a problem, but
definitionally, and we're going to have to pay for this if you want to look at it without, bled of morality and just justice. And so it is incredibly short-sighted. And, part of what frustrated me about that conversation.
Wait, are balls like an octopus? In what way?
Is like, there's only two roots. We don't have a villain who's really
Vaporwave Baldo sending the Kickstarter message invoking your rights about Baldo.
in front, although they're sort of nebulous, but we vaguely know who they are. It's we.
What would a Vaporwave Baldo be though? Would it be in the shape of a flamingo?
We have larded up government with bad regulations, and we spend too much time concerning ourselves with different constituencies that are not mission critical.
Baldo's gay. I love that. Sam is absolutely spitting facts. That's why I wanted to watch this, a little bit of this fun half, right? Is that there's some more, he tries to move past it, right? But there's just too many people like wanting to further discuss Ezra's book. How will a court eunuch like, oh my God, I'm not allowed to say that, Davy.
But I think making sure that the public housing we have doesn't give kids asthma is mission critical. And so we need to,
I have the spidey sense for like things that if I said them on stream, might end up with a clip of me getting spread all over Twitter. And the last time that happened, chat, I got targeted by the Nazgul vortex, right? So I don't even remember what I said that pissed them off so much, but yeah.
we need to find a third way of doing this. If it's too expensive in San Francisco to build housing,
to build Baldos, maybe
because there's too much competition. Well, from Ezra's standpoint, it's public housing that's too expensive. But what we could do to even the playing field is make it that
chat on MR Fun Half was fired up. Yeah, I could tell from the IMs he got, and
make it so that the other house
chat, it kind of sucks. I gotta say, I like it sucks that now like MR comes on at like 11 o'clock at night for me. I think that's right. Yeah, because it's 9 a.m. Pacific time. That means it's 11 p.m. Thai time. And it's hard to stay up for it.
Housing is maybe brought up to certain standards, A, and B, impose rent control, or C, higher taxation rate on the capital gains from your home and not use it as a vehicle for wealth building. I mean, they do complain in the book that
thanks for being so fucking granular is what one of the IMers said.
Has become such a central.
NCC is scared of Ezra's stand. Wait, Ezra Klein's stand, even though none of them can look a woman. Wait, Ezra's stands. Okay, I see. Yeah, I thought you were talking about like a stand like in JoJo for a second.
To people. And in some instances, it's the only way to create and start.
None of them can look a woman in the eye, so none of them would be able to look me in the eye. That's okay. I'm too autistic to look them back in the eye, so.
Intergenerational wealth. But I'm quite sure that we could figure out with the tax code a way in which to promote and allow for that intergenerational wealth in families that haven't had that.
Christ Elijah, the Baldo is designed to be a phallus, but insertion method must be painful for both man and woman. That's what I was thinking, right? And like, given the nature of like plastic or rubber or silicone devices, right? The way that they're molded, don't they always kind of have a sharp edge to them? You know what I'm saying? And the whole idea with a sex toy is try to make sure that sharp edge doesn't come into contact with, your, skin, right? But with the Baldo, I think what it is it's almost like it's almost like an extended, like a little sink thing. You know how like in the sink, they got that thing that catches the, it catches like food particles and stuff. It's like that, but for balls, right? And so the idea is the balls go into the chamber and then they kind of poach out the sides, right? But the fact that there's these little, like, these little openings for the balls to be able to come in contact with the, you know, whatever they're fucking, is like, it kind of makes it like, I don't know. It feels like that thing. Yeah, it might have, silicone does not have sharp edges. I guess it would have to be silicone then, right? Because sharp edges on a baldo sounds like a bad idea for both parties. Yeah, you could cause ball damage. I would think so too. Torsion, right? You could get torsion from that, maybe. I don't know.
That money.
Now I've got to,
you know, you don't want a wealth tax? How about your wealth determines your tax rate on your capital gains? How much it would add to, or as a function of income. Why should all capital gains be treated the same as opposed to it being a function of income? You want to provide for intergenerational wealth and protect that for traditionally.
It's like CBT, but really just BT in this case. Not everyone's balls hang low too. Yeah, it does seem to be designed for some rather low-hanging balls. Yeah, the low-hanging fruit of the
privileged communities. Black people weren't able to buy homes in certain areas that were going to increase value. There's ways of doing that within the context of the tax code.
Dildos would be terrifying. I feel like the cheap ones do have sharp edges, though. Maybe on the base.
You could just simply apply an income tax and allow the value.
Yeah, no, that's my new band name, chat. The cheap dildos. Okay, I gotta stop saying that. We gotta stop with the sex talk because I'm gonna get in trouble with YouTube if I don't.
Be depreciated or pushed 5 years across. You could depreciate that against your income for the next 5 or 10 years. And then wealthy people will have to pay more on their capital gains. Or really on the income they've made from that home. There's a lot of different ways of doing it. There's a multitude, but for whatever reason, the only answer they come up with is roll back things that would put an air filter in somebody's home. I mean, I'm sure there's some regulations that are bad, but it is striking to me that Tim Carney and Ezra Klein had the exact same procedure with what they anticipate as being completely opposite outcomes. And this is the problem. Like, I got news for you. The people dumping $120 million and more into this as a movement, I get the sense that they may have another agenda. I'm not saying that
at the very least, the agenda that we've come to expect from our Democratic candidates, right, is to capture the moment, capture the populist moment, right? With Obama, when everybody was sick and tired of the for-profit healthcare system. With Biden, when everybody's sick and tired of Trump. And then to kind of drag their feet on the things that their base really wants, right? So in other words, to get your base all excited, we're going to do the thing. We're going to end for-profit healthcare, and then, sell them after you get elected, sell them a reform that is much more, much less ambitious, right? And sell them as like, no, this is the thing that you were so excited about. This is the reason that you came out to the primary to vote for me instead of Hillary Clinton. This is the reason that you came out in record numbers to vote for me against like John McCain. Yeah, student loans is exactly what I'm like. Yeah, you might think it doesn't apply to Biden, but yeah, narwhal by nature, I'm thinking exactly of what you're thinking of in terms of how Biden went about trying to forgive student loans. It does seem like, whether for whatever reason he dragged his feet, and that's the reason that we didn't get forgiveness. And that gives your base a existential vulnerability when inevitably a Republican takes over after you fail to fulfill your promises, right? After your healthcare reform does everything except reduce cost in healthcare, right? It leaves you vulnerable. It leaves you vulnerable in a way that a smarter, politician would not. But anyway, I want to point out we are at 63% out of 100%. We only get bonus content if we get to 100. People are voting for. Oh wow, did that change? Hassan interviews Scahill is in first place. Professor Dave versus Candace Owen in second place, and Cavernacles Butlerian Jihad versus AI in third place. So I don't know if we're gonna get that. We have a limited amount of time to try to make that a reality, but I wanted to point that out. What have we got in terms of? Yeah, I've only tracked so far 7% for Cavernacles Butlerian Jihad up on top, and 1% for Professor Dave versus Candace Owens. So if you've donated already and you want to put your money where your mouth is, make sure to let me know which of these topics you're pulling for. It may not matter though. We're at 63%. We do, if we somehow get 30, I think it's 37% we're lacking. So it may not happen today, but make sure to let me know just in case if you've got an opinion on which of the bonus topics you want to watch. Because, never say never is what I've learned as far as the bonus content goes. But yeah, I wanted to watch a little bit more of Sam and then either get out of here or, we'll see about bonus content if that's happening today.
That Ezra or Derek do. But sometimes
I'd be interested. Like I read the book last night too, and I was interested in the talk about housing and how some of that goes over with, say, members of Congress that are basically there to represent the type of single.
Yeah, sorry you're too poor to breathe clean air in your cheap house. Yeah, and it's literally admitting that that these buildings are going to be built next to the highway.
Family, wealthy type folks that are.
Ezra has no butterfly. That's true.
A big block on this, but my main problem is this framing of red versus blue states, because this is from Bozeman Daily Chronicle last September. Double-edged sword. Montana's housing market least affordable in entire U.S. Montana's housing affordability crisis made headlines in the campaign. From 2018 to 2023, median home sales in Montana rose from 266,000 to 500,000. And Montana's a red state.
Also, when I asked Ezra, what is the politics of this? He said, I'm not a politician. He literally just got back from the Democratic Senate caucus. And I got to think, this is weird timing for the Senate Democrats to be worrying about how...
Yo, Crofshy with the gifted membership to Sharon Middleton. Sharon Middleton, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Deregulate housing policy. Because they don't have a majority. They don't have Congress. They're not local zoning boards. It's weird. It's weird then to say I'm not a politician.
San Jose is gradually becoming LA. Yo, Christ Elijah, I know an obscene amount of people from San Jose. I don't know why it is, but I meet so many people. Do people just move out of there? Is it just so, maybe that's why it is. Maybe it's becoming unaffordable. And so people, I just end up seeing a lot of people from San Jose because it's usually people who went to school there or grew up there and are now relocating to elsewhere on the West Coast. San Jose is beautiful, though it has a ton of county parks and national ones too. Nice.
I don't know.
Actually, that's the one question I wish I would have remembered to have you ask him is
Crutchy says Vox Populi for me.
Constructing this, was it anticipating Dems controlling the White House, and does Trump coming in change any of the way you would have approached
Well, this? I mean, there was a lot. Honestly, I could have gone another hour because a lot of the Doge stuff, they've cut the equity.
Right.
They cut the entire department of the EPA that was looking at environmental justice. Is that a good thing? Are we going to get a lot more housing now in San Francisco? Right? That's what's supposed to happen. We're going to see this ballooning of housing now because there's no part of the EPA that even is going to in any way.
Elon Musk seemed to think it was a good idea.
What, Doge?
Yeah, he retweeted a clip of Ezra talking through the deregulation stuff.
Yeah. But it turned out that clip
Or maybe he just left seeing somebody on the left punching left.
They were wrong about. That was a clip where they were talking about the bead. Is that what it was? The rural internet stuff, I think.
And then they corrected themselves, right?
Crushy says, Chris Elijah, it's really expensive, and many actually commute there from the north, south, east, and west. I used to commute from Salinas to San Jose every day. It was hell.
And they had the story wrong. Again, it was like we larded up all these things that made it impossible for the uptake. And it turns out that the people negotiating were like, no, we had to make concessions to Republicans and conservative Democrats. And we thought that essentially they were making the, well, it's better to have the dirty filter. The only way we can get this thing is if like there's no filter on this housing next to the highway. And it turned out in this instance, just didn't work because incumbent interests.
I think Sam's talking about the rural broadband thing, and the reason that wasn't implemented yet is, Ezra Klein seems to claim that it's this, he's almost, it's like he's making the malaise speech of Jimmy Carter, which was to the American people about the phenomenon of stagflation. It's like he's making that malaise speech, but to the Democratic Party about their ability to get things done. And he's just as ineffectual as Carter making that speech, right? We're being deregulated against our will, and yet people are still unhoused. It is, in fact, bananas. Rural areas in California, you don't see a lot of poors, only in the cities. Conservative Democrats, equals Ezra Klein, Whoa.
Didn't see the profit in it.
Kind of the whole ambiguity you were trying to tease out is responsible for that.
It was tough. Josh from Minnesota. Does Ezra's book contain any numbers demonstrating higher costs are actually from environmental regulations? I can't find anything from a quick Google search. Well, he's done reporting where different builders in...
Wait, I didn't miss this. Globit said someone in chat should test one, a Baldo, you mean, for science? And report back to all of us, yeah. Either that or they could do the Reddit thing and pretend like they just make something up. Tell the crazy story of the time that me and my partner tried a Baldo.
Or two have said that environmental regulations are difficult for them. And there are numbers. I mean, we can look at what it costs for public housing, but versus private construction of public housing. And the government has more requirements in spending public funds than when they give grants.
I think it's a lot of inferential stuff, like the costs of building have increased after certain policies were enacted.
Kowalski, to give Ezra the benefit of the doubt, I understand the logic he's coming from, but it's flawed. At the end of the day, it's all
The new subreddit r/am I the Baldo?
incentives. Housing in the United States is a retirement vehicle, so people do not, under any circumstance, want the value of their housing to go down. Indeed, this is basic supply and demand market manipulation tactics. In California, they don't want to build houses because it will cause the value of housing to go down. That screws with people's retirement plans. Okay, so his answer would be, well, why doesn't it work that way in Texas? And my argument would be, well, in the wealthy areas where they have power, it does. In the areas where there's not as much political power because there's not as much money, it doesn't. Money protects money. And to Matt's point, 50 years from now, if Houston runs out of space and the value of this property goes up, I can assure you they're going to be issuing less permits. This is a function of money protecting money.
NIMBYs are people who own backyards.
Southern California also has a water shortage crisis, and San Francisco's.
And look, that might sound like an offhand remark, but it's important. It's important to remember that, like, when we're talking, just like the PMC concept, right? The idea that there is a part of the proletariat that maybe does not regard itself as proletariat. Sometimes that lanyard, you know, is taken by the bearer of the lanyard as like, hey, I fucking made it, I'm rich. You know, even though you're still working for a wage, you might interpret your class interests as being more in line with the capitalists than with the workers. You've got, you know, it goes from that to Infrared Haas literally calling baristas PMC. Like, oh, you do latte art for a living? Yeah, you professional managerial class scumbag. Like, we're only here for the real mechatankies, right? Not those labor aristocracy working at your local Starbucks, right? Just like that, the NIMBY thing can get to with Ezra, with the way that Ezra Klein's talking about it. You know, you're talking about, like, in some cases that idea of NIMBY is in some way standing in for you know, we must ignore the NIMBYs becomes we must ignore the well-being of any myriad of people, right? And therefore, if something doesn't get done, if a project does not get done, you know, then we blame, you know, the people with like the least power, right? How on earth did Derek and Ezra write this book yet know so damn little? I suspect maybe a ghostwriter, possibly even the same ghostwriter that Lindy Lee consulted. It's just a guess.
Against topography that's not ideal for construction. In Texas, they're building housing, but they're ignoring environmental regulations, and many of their homes are built in floodplains along the coast or have a massively expensive down-the-road cost to replace water and sewage infrastructure that Texas probably won't be able to afford in 30 years. Yes. So the hard left position is an anti-child asthma position. I can get behind that. Felonious friend. I can tell you nearly 150 Americans have an answer to the question, have you ever been convicted, found guilty of a crime? Prisoner theory is my dissertation. Very simply, the word crime and word criminal have become synonymous. This is not marginalization. This is dehumanization, a paradigm shift. What we see is this crazy-ass rendition is barely identifiable masses of things moving the line. We see order, obedience, and like the showing of animals at the...
Yeah, if anybody wants to lay down some timestamps for when the actual Ezra Klein Sam Seder debate begins, that would I'm sure the Vadis would appreciate that greatly.
Fair or auction.
Because remember, there was like 2 hours of me sobbing at the beginning of this. I'm sure there's some people that are just here. They're just here for the debate. They don't need to hear chat and me getting emotional.
Please check out Prisoner Theory Institute. Website is prisonertheory.com. Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my... all right, let's go to... Yeah, let's start with Bobby Kennedy. Is RFK Jr. is at in front of what is this? This is the is this the congressional budget? No. This is this is a congressional budget hearing, I guess, to justify maybe HHS cuts. I don't know. Here's Mark Pocan. Is that Pocan?
Yeah. Did we get the kind of the gist of the let's see if anybody did timestamps for this one. The only thing I can think to do is search Ezra Klein, Ezra. Oh my god, he's all over the comments too. Ezra. Boom, 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 boom. 148, 140, 158. Let's look at that.
Cool AF. Dan from Columbus. Sam said something like the Mangiono line. Did he mean Mendoza line? No. I bought 2 pawpaw trees from there. Good company. Oh, they're from Fast Growing Trees. Salty Ezra is cool AF. Dan from Columbus. Sam just said something like the Mangiono line. Did he mean Mendoza line? No. Ezra Klein's credit, he called for Biden to drop out very early. Maybe certainly the highest platform person to do it the earliest. Here's Chuck Schumer having to answer the question about Joe Biden when everybody's got a question about him as well.
Messaging. I'm calling because I listened into the Ezra conversation, and I'm confused as to why he is unaware of why the train system did not go into place.
Wait, the time? Oh, I see. Columbia Rican's giving me a timestamp, but it's a backwards timestamp. It's 2 hours and 53 minutes ago from right now that I started reacting to the video. Unfortunately, while the stream is live, instead of getting an actual timestamp, right? In other words, this was 2 hours and 50 minutes into the video. You get the reverse timestamp, which doesn't really help you if you're a Vadi, but
Elon had
that gives us a rough idea of where it is, I guess.
hand in that. And then to mention Robert Moses, who, I'm not sure, actually, has a very poor reputation now as a very rich person who used his power and influence that came from his wealth.
Yeah, that was the counter argument, and he acknowledged that it was problematic. But I think in his argument is that we went too far in protecting, like there's some type of, absolute sweet spot where you would, but I think that is, like you're opening the door to that. It's one thing for Josh Shapiro to say, we have an emergency, we got to build this bridge. And everybody goes, okay. I mean, we need this bridge in there. Everybody's going to have to take a hit because everybody agrees this is an emergency. It's another thing to say, well, we need high-speed rail here, and a lot of people are going to lose out. Or this housing, we're going to pull back on the filters, near the highway. And I only use that example because he'd use that example. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's part of the problem that I was trying to raise. It's also like it is undemocratic, and it is undemocratic, right. Small d, as by design. Now that works out well sometimes, and that works out poorly sometimes, right? Like
Right.
It worked out okay for Josh Shapiro in terms of that bridge. Not going so great, for people who want to take a subway from parts of Queens to Brooklyn or whatnot. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, actually, and one more thing, if I could. I defended my dissertation just a couple weeks ago. I graduated. Could I get a shofar?
Yeah, man. Good job. Appreciate the call. The mill rind. Moses wasn't wealthy. He was just a beer.
Was this idea that if we're a little bit more lenient on the code itself for building, we're going to be in a better. Basically, the Holmes read the book.
Basically, because every Republican and about 3 or 4 Democrats voted against it. I can't remember what the name of the bill is.
Hey, this is Christian from Colorado. How are you?
Christian from Colorado. Are you going to call and tell me about the bill that just died to build housing in Colorado that died basically because every Republican and about 3 or 4 Democrats voted against it? I can't remember what the name of the bill is.
I heard about that too. I was more so frustrated with your guest to address the, kind of points of it. Now, I'll admit, I haven't read the book, so maybe I'm missing something. But based off the conversation, there's so much wrong with the idea that like just pure deregulation gets you anywhere.
No, he's not for deregulation. He's looking to make government better.
Sorry, right. To improve government by allowing more construction, right? So in my community, we actually did that. And most of the homes constructed through, a developer deal with the local government, which ended up going awry because we actually had no legal grounding for some of the affordable housing asks that we made. Basically, the homes constructed there initially costed $600,000, right? And that was back then. They're selling for more than $1 million now, and that's in the span of like 5 years. So the approach was, okay, let's construct more homes. The housing situation isn't as bad yet. If we construct more homes, we can avoid this whole thing. Now, I think it's unfair to say that it caused
Columbia
more.
Re. Super chatted $5. This dono is for Cavernacle's video. Also, the beginning of the debate for Uncle Sam and Ezra on the VOD is 2 hours 53 minutes and 44 seconds.
Are you sure that's not a backwards timestamp? Somebody check that out. Like, I guess we'll know when the stream is over. But thank you for the super chat, Columbia Rican. That gets us up to 71. 71 out of 100, just a mere 29 points from the bonus content. 71 is what I'm supposed to type. And you said for Cavernacle. Yeah, the Cavernacle theme seems kind of cool. I don't know. I was kind of excited about that video. So that's up to 12%. It's good to recharge to listen to the same people after hearing so much of Ethan Klein and Lonerbox and Asmongold and Ezra Klein, right? Yeah. I feel like, yeah, we'd miss something if I didn't watch it was watched already? Wait, you didn't? Wait, I'm sorry. It was watched. Oh no, it wasn't watched already, right? That's bonus content. But yeah, whether we get it or not, it's dependent on the number at the top of the screen, and we are running out of time here, so I don't know if it'll happen today or not.
Issue, or rather cause the increase by itself. I think there's a lot of factors to that. But, in of itself, the construction of all those condos, specifically the type of housing that was built, which was luxury condos for second homeowners, did actually increase the cost for a lot of these homes. Now, that has a lot of, negative impacts, like people who live on Social Security not being able to afford their property taxes anymore, and other millions of impacts, as I'm sure you're well aware. But the other example of the less zoning and more buildings code that kind of bothered me was this idea that if we're a little bit more lenient on...
I was just saying that out of all the bonus content today, the Cavernacle video is like the most interesting. I mean, they're all interesting in their own way, right? But the Cavernacle video bringing in Dune to the AI discourse, I think is pretty interesting angle to go. I'm surprised somebody hasn't done that already.
The code itself for building.
Call me Serena Butler.
We're going to be in a better shape to be able to construct affordable housing. I'm not sure if Ezra knows that, housing is just expensive to build, period, in certain parts of the country, such as in Colorado, regardless if there's good code or bad code, so to say. And if we do construct shitty housing, for lack of better terms, or, cut corners housing, what ends up happening is exactly what we've seen with like the mobile home market or the trailer market, right? It's all these homes constructed with no regulation or rather easier code development. And sure, they're affordable up front, but then you've got, 10, 15.
I think, to be fair, I don't think he's talking about building codes per se. I think he's talking about things like environmental review for the location that you're putting it, or in the context of housing that is built by the government, which barely happens. And it's not like, he went sort of silent when I said, how much government housing has Texas built?
Probably none.
My guess would be zero.
Yeah.
But his argument is that you need to, and I'm just, they're so specific, but I'm making these up. But you need to have union workers on this. You need to have make sure that you have bid the contract out to minority-owned construction company, or you need to have air filters if it's built close to high-quality air filters if it's close to a highway. Those constraints
That's something I'm supposed to invest in too, chat. When I don't know if I mentioned this, but when I first got here, it was there's a burn season here, right? The rice growing, which is a big part of the agriculture in the area, part of that process is that there's a certain time of the year that's extremely dry. The rice fields dry out, and when this happens, the rice farmers set the field on fire in order to make way and I think improve the soil for their next crop, right? So that happens between, what is it, like, I think it's like March, April, and May. And then but yeah, people say that the air quality is not great here and that you should have a air filter, but I haven't really looked into one. Again, that's one of those things that I'm not sure if it's like gonna be, like a lot of stuff is cheaper here, right? Because the cost of living is lower, but not everything, and especially stuff that's like electronic and gets imported. So I have to look into that as well. But I guess it's not a big deal until next. What's it, like February? Maybe is when it really starts into the air quality gets. There's like a few days I think in March where the city I'm in had the lowest air quality in the world.
Arguing are extraneous to the actual core building mission.
I guess my the criticism of that of some of that, I'm not sure because I don't experience it locally.
Yeah, I don't know anything about air filters. I don't even know.
But I will say, like, bar none, the biggest problem locally is the lack of actual local control for some of this. I don't have access in Colorado to anything like a vacancy tax, right? Charging people for leaving their home vacant, because the majority, or not majority, but I think actually no, yes, more than 52% of our homes are owned by second homeowners. A lot of those sit vacant for a long.
That's why you need a proper mask. Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, Washington, Pacific Northwest, and southwestern Canada have that problem as well when it comes to forest fires every August or thereabouts.
Long time out of the year. So, we don't have those measures to raise funds to actually.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Finding a way to monitor local air quality, to be mindful of when to go out or not. Yeah, I need to notice that more. And I did wear occasionally like a, what is it, an N90? I can't remember the type of mask. Is it N95? I can't remember, but it's one of the, I got a bunch of these masks at the height of the pandemic and still have them around. And they're good for, getting out the particles that come from forest fires or rice burns. I deal with fire in Oklahoma, shitty air quality here, but in the Pacific Northwest, the valleys, yeah, make them N95. That's what it was. Yeah. Make the smoke just concentrated in low-hanging clouds.
The tax code can deal with that. The tax code.
Yeah, and there's something special about the time of year that they do the burns here in Thailand, and it's not just Thailand either. It's like Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, like every country around here, right? The rice farmers are like burning their fields at this time, and it's just, there's not a lot of wind, there's not a lot of rain. Any of the things that might like ameliorate the air pollution are just not in effect at that time. So it's fairly miserable. A lot of people, try to travel at that time, try to go somewhere else.
You can deal with that locally. You can deal with it on a statewide basis. You could deal with it federally. And
when you're not,
you could increase so-called capital gains, so that housing is not an asset, or it's a diminished asset. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to go at this. They chose one. And it just is. I mean, as part of a milieu of things to do, I could see like.
Was there a Biden plan to make rent paid count toward credit score?
Okay, but there's a lot of other ways to do it. And I could not.
It's so weird, chat. Credit is completely different, as far as I understand, on the rest of the planet, right? Yeah, like here, instead of like running a credit score or anything like that, they just, you just have to put down a deposit. It's a pretty hefty deposit because it's like, essentially like you pay the first month of rent and then you pay 2 times the rent as a security deposit. So it's a pretty hefty security deposit, but there's not the whole, onerous credit and income checks that, and a lot of these cities, right, their income checks expect you to have like people, because of the nature of some of these expensive West Coast cities, right? People are paying a bigger portion of their income towards rent than they normally would. And then that kind of counts against them in the calculation of the income check, right? Since they were debating regulation earlier, it's important to know that deregulation is inherently conservative. The problem is not the regulation, but not understanding it.
Not get out of the book or any interview I watched or any interview I had with Ezra, the answer to like why that one. Like that is the one on the ground that builders point to, or that maybe local government officials point to, but perhaps you're talking to a class of people who are disincentivized to think about making homes less profitable.
Right,
and I think for them it may be the low-hanging fruit, but it's also the fruit that is feeding people. And so if you pick it and just throw it to the side, I don't know, it's a problem. But appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, folks. My brain hurts. Sam, you're so granular today.
You're playing the game called capitalism.
That is the fascinating thing to me. Like, how is there no critique of that at all? No critique of capitalism. I am quite sure that I have been called a shit lib more than Ezra Klein. Because in people in Ezra's world, they don't even have a concept of the word. But I don't know how you look at this and have no critique of capitalism. Think that this happens.
Yeah, Ezra's world is full of self-hating libs, right? The idea of a shit lib being like insufficiently, pro-worker is just is unheard of, unknown, and probably honestly, chat, if you bring it up in these New York Times circles, right, a little bit gauche, right? A critique of capitalism is probably considered a little bit gauche to people in Ezra's social circles.
Complete vacuum. It is like there is, and he came close to saying this, like, no, wait, this is just the way things are. That's the problem. He doesn't,
did Sam curse yet? Jerry, apparently Sam learned not to curse while he's while he's broadcasting. Like apparently way back in the day when he worked with Janine Garofalo, he just like, I don't know how you do it. I need to do it too, Chad. It would be better if I did not curse. It would be much better if I was like a little bit more family friendly on my, and didn't talk about baldos, right? That's when
I pull out too much and see money as an issue, he will not go there. I'm tempted to play that clip from that show that I have. Maybe we'll play that Friday. Because I got to go back over and maybe watch the interview. Oh, God help me. I'm so tired of even talking about abundance. Honestly, like just the idea that I had to fucking read that book. It's not great. It just isn't, I guess.
Yeah, for anyone in chat, don't worry. I'm not having any sex while I'm here.
Writing, it's just not, it's neither fish nor fowl. It's easy to consume, but it's not.
It's almost too easy to consume.
I mean, and to be fair, like most of the policy,
I'm only eating fruit and learning the language. No time for sex.
these books we have on here are written by academics and
University Press.
And they are very specific about what they're writing about. And when you read a commentator book, you know, and I say this as a commentator, like I don't have the same value add, and he's done a lot of reporting, Ezra has, and I'm sure he did reporting for.
Do I think that Sam has moved more left since Michael Brooks's death? Yeah, and probably just having Mike, nobody calls him Mike, having Michael around. Sorry, it probably had an effect on him as well. I also think it's like a generational thing. I think that had Sam been born like 20 years later, he would, this Majority Report would be a leftist show, right? It's just like in his time period, the Overton window is kind of truncated to cut off the actual left, right? It was still, like it's post Cold War, right? So it's in the throes of all of that. The image of leftist is just not one that's acceptable in abundance. Oh snap! Abundance, yes, SM, yes.
This as well, but there is a tendency to pull out very narrow, specific examples.
Okay, I'm sorry. Why do you have to be bringing my mind back to the gutter by saying pull out?
To analogize California and Texas, I just don't think there's enough controlled elements.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. That's what I was saying. He's like, do you think that Texas deals with corporate power better than California? Right? And it's like, of course not, right? But then by his logic, therefore it's not the corporate power that's causing the inflated rental prices. And it's just like, no, there's more variables than just one, Ezra. That is a ridiculously simplistic way of thinking. And you should be ashamed of yourself. You should hang up your fucking hat next to the Baldo as a policy wonk. Yeah, hang up the hat, pick up the Baldo, go to town. That's what you need to do.
To make this straight assessment. When you're talking...
He's a Greg Abbott psyop.
About like San Francisco and Houston, I just don't, I'm sorry.
He saw that Civil War movie and he thought it was real. I haven't seen it yet. What is it, like the Western powers? Is it like Texas and California versus the rest of the U.S.? Is that the idea?
D and R aren't the variables to be monitoring, I don't think.
And to talk about New York City, New York's a fairly unique city in the world. But, Worcester has grown by 60,000 people in 30 or 40 years. And they have housing problems and costs are going up. But I don't think that's pretty good for a city to be able to keep up with that. And in some respects, it's because Worcester is sort of there's not a huge, at least, at the start, they're not huge pockets of wealth in Worcester. I would probably put Worcester's wealth inequality on the low end for the East Coast, I would bet. And things could actually get done. There were still incumbent interests, without a doubt. But things can actually get done there in some way. There's some Massachusetts laws in Worcester that impact Worcester, but they're a function of wealthy suburbs from outside of Boston that the city is subjected to. So there's definitely some problem, but I just don't think it's when you're comparing high density and low density locations, it seems like the dynamics are different. But
I mean, the left regularly makes villains out of people like, say, I love him as a basketball player, but Steph Curry for being a NIMBY. To me, it's just, like you said, it's money.
It's money. All right, folks. I'm sorry if you've been holding on the phones for an extended period of time. I made an explicit point to everyone here in the room that we were going to get to the calls. I got to 3 or 4. I wanted to do more.
You don't respect the rule of law. You've shat all over it. That's what you did.
Okay, 10 IMs, revolutionary status quo. Why didn't we talk about the fact that state regulations as opposed to federal regulations largely a result of capital interest? Obviously, different regulations are necessary for different regions, but as long as we're complaining about bad regulations, there should be an understanding of why it's bad. Suddenly, Ezra has no policy perspective, and he can't be bothered to think about the outcomes of those policies when you've been calling yourself a policy wonk for years. Now you're getting it, Sam. It's all our fault.
Somebody's a little bit defensive.
It's 420 somewhere. Yes, 320 where I am. Wait, no. Yeah, it's 320.
Aaron, median household income in San Francisco is 3 times that of Houston, and studio rent is 2 times. You just can't compare rent prices without looking at salaries. Yes. Like, I wonder if you took the same locations he's talking about and compared homeless populations to median wage and median cost of housing. But they don't want to look at that lens. They are going to one specific source. It's like you're talking to an ant on an elephant and you're finding out what the problem is.
All right.
And then you're trying to generalize that this should be a big political message across the board.
As a
the
way
problem,
to be more persuasive.
In particular,
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Associated with they mentioned Bernie and Trump campaign. The popularity. The popularity for those two is not a function of there being too much environmental protection in cities that have been hollowed out. That's not the problem. That is just decidedly not the problem. Cities being too expensive in San Francisco and New York is a problem, but they're going to vote for Cuomo in this city. I mean, hope springs eternal. But
still time.
This guy stood in front of a more progressive policy and was more in the pocket of developers. I don't know. It just seems a little blinkered to me. But number 13, honestly, I bet few, if any, House Republicans have even read their bill. They probably either had AI write it or most crude, vile lobbyists.
Alec AI.
Regardless of how this interview goes, I think the amount of increasing collaboration and discussion between the left and center left at this time is a very good sign. There's more than this collaboration between the center left and center right. So this implies a leftward trajectory to me. Basically, it's AOC time. I mean, the part of this project, maybe not necessarily Ethan and Derek's, but part of this project is for the centrists to develop a movement within the Democratic Party. Now, they seem to always fail. So we'll see. Hey, Ron, if you can write a whole book on policy and not come with a single policy that will offend capitalists, I don't want to hear from you. Nova from Connecticut. I think we should jettison Ezra Klein from the coalition. Batty from Cincinnati. If you have time for one more call in abundance, look for my 260 number. I'd love to compare and contrast housing advocacy in California and the Midwest. Friday. California Democrats are incredibly corrupted by money. They literally stopped planning high-speed rail because of Elon Musk. California Democrats.
That's what I'm saying, right? You got the answer right in front of you, and here comes fucking Ezra Klein. Like, I'm going to help, let me help. And you're just covering up. You're covering up the truth. You're covering up the real dynamics. You're covering up what's really wrong with the Democratic Party, which, no, it's not that they are too beholden to marginalized groups. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite, Ezra.
Democrats just happen to be less corrupt than California Republicans. That's basically the whole story. Biscatrul. A note for Los Angeles listeners, SB 79 will allow upcoming around metro stations to avoid the NIMBY issues. Call your representatives. The issue with California high-speed rail were lawsuits and lack of upfront funding small portions at a time. Well, his argument is that the lawsuits are a function of too much environmental regulations. But, you know, there's something equivalent with cannabis legalization in this state. There were lawsuits that held up a bunch of dispensaries from opening in large parts of the state. Large parts, because they were sued.
I got a bite. Meow meow, Donald Duck.
By a
I can't resist a good meow meow.
By a group that wanted to own dispensaries because they were being shut out. There was the first dispensaries were awarded to groups that had, groups of investors or buyers or whatever, who had a past inequity because of marijuana laws. So if you had gone to prison, or if you had something confiscated, or something to those along the lines. And
I need a edible, says Christ Elijah. Me too.
The lawsuit was a function of that. And it held up the opening of dispensaries by 6 to 8 months. It hurt growers. It was difficult, without a doubt. There were other problems, but that was definitely one of them. There was 1 or 2 lawsuits. And you could argue that if we want to get the dispensaries open, we do not have to have an equity element to it. And that's what his argument is. But the problem is that down the road, you start having these major corporations own the dispensaries. You start getting a degraded product. You stop helping build economic durability. So you have a new set of problems down the road. And I would argue that those set of problems are not only problematic as a first order question, right? But you also have a second order in that you have allowed incumbent wealthy interests who then prevent you from fixing it a lot more than the other problems.
So, I mean, I think the TLDR of this, right, is that capitalism is uncanny in its ability to produce self-licking ice cream cones, right? People remember this this metaphor from I think it was Matt Taibbi that used to call the military-industrial complex a self-licking ice cream cone. It's when something gets so powerful, so entrenched, that it's able to perpetuate its own power and entrenchment, right? That's kind of what Sam is talking at. It's what Ezra Klein is just unwilling to deal with, right? Because the donors for any political project that Ezra Klein and the abundance agenda would be involved in are going to be those same interests that are interested in licking their own ice cream cone, chat. It's self-licking. That's disgusting, right? Look, the ice cream is better when we all lick each other's cones, okay? That's all I'm saying. If we can lick each other's cones, that's great. If we got one big cone to rule them all, self-licking, that's not so great. That tongue licks up all the ice cream, and all the rest of us are left with the crusty crumbs of the ice cream cone. And that's no fun. That's not any way to live your life, right? That's not any kind of dignity for the people that are actually powering the economy, those being the workers.
5-year, 10-year vision for the implications of running everything like you did I-95 by Josh Shapiro. State of emergency, we're just doing this. The bridge You know what the job is. We're going to replace this bridge. We know the scope of it. We know the time it's going to take. We know the purpose it's going to serve. We know how many people are going to be dispossessed. We know how it's going to affect people living around there because the bridge already existed. This isn't building a new bridge and creating a whole set of problems.
That's right, GSL. We gotta protect the precious cone.
You're not going to actually take any time to have the constituencies weigh in. You're going to have problems down the road. All right. Can we talk about the all-powerful Sunset Movement lobby? They've had far too much control over our public regulation.
I blanched at that because I didn't hear about this solar moratorium, but I did know Sunrise was telling Joe Biden to declare a climate emergency, which would have been a way to do some of this stuff.
I mean, that was part of the challenge. Like, okay, I didn't know there was a chapter that did this of the Sunrise Movement. I'm not aware of that. Mark and Antonio, does Ezra not think neoliberalism runs California? Well, they also wrote the book to fight back against degrowth people.
Yeah.
Chat, I just imagined Ezra Klein and what's his name? Derek. Is it Derek Johnson? Ezra Klein. Thompson. Sorry, not Johnson. I'm just imagining, you know the video California Love? I think it's wait, who sings that? California Love. Dr. Dre and wait, isn't there Tupac, isn't it, right? I'm imagining Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson reshooting California Love with them as Dr. Dre and Tupac. I don't know. It's cursed, Chad. It's eternally cursed.
Chris from Colorado. In Colorado, I can't, as a local elected official, impose a vacancy tax, a transfer tax, or any sort of rent cap or control, increase lodging, and so much more. This doesn't feel right to me. All right, 3 more. Draw Nathan. Why do we even have a CDC? Says exactly what.
I thought it was Tupac, but then when I saw Dr. Dre, I was like, wait a minute, wasn't there a beef between them? And it's no, it was a
RFK's
anyway
for occupying its position. He's
I didn't expect to see Dr. Dre and Tupac on the same track. Is there any other track like that?
Libertarian proxy sitting atop a hill just so nobody else will. Rendering that department totally powerless. Him being the head of Health and Human Services, the same as saying it shouldn't exist. Fenton Muley fan. Oh, sorry. I read that one before. All right, 2 more. CLM. Is there anything to be said about private property influencing ability to fund building, or is that private property so ingrained in how we function that it's easier to work with than try and go after it? He doesn't even recognize it as anything other than you have to take it as a given. Worcester Don Draper. Within 3 minutes of my 30-minute Uber ride in Kansas City, my driver asked me if I knew what red pill content was. Totally unprovoked. Surreal situation. And the final...
Chad, have you seen Hassan's interviews of Uber drivers? It's some of the weirdest and actually most interesting of his content. The most recent one, he got a conspiracy theorist Uber driver that was seriously yo, chemtrails though, right? Chemtrails. And Hassan was like, oh yeah, so what do the chemtrails do? How do you know these are chemtrails? They're like, well, the chemtrails, they spread out. Right, you can see that there's no clouds in the sky, and then there's some chemtrails, and then the chemtrails spread out, and then it's cloudy. It's this weird theory that sounded like she thought the government just did not want her to have a sunny day, right? The government's out there putting chemtrails to... But yeah, just some kind of wild shit in those Uber conversations.
I am of the day. Ryan from Rochester. He kept talking about Texas, cheaper housing. Land is cheaper in housing because as a commodity. It's seen widely available in Texas. The quality of the land is seen as poor because it's barren desert-like land. Its unique geographic place affects its cost compared to California's paradise pricing. AOC endorses Zoran. Is that right?
So can somebody check on this for me? Because they check this out. This would be huge if true. I don't think it's true though. Chat, has AOC endorsed Zoran? Has Bernie said anything? We're sort of waiting on this. We would expect this to. We would expect this to happen. We would expect this. You know, we would expect this to have already happened, right? They're a little late to the game on this, and people are starting to get worried. Like a Cuomo mayorship is looking more and more likely.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do we get that?
Yeah, where is that at?
Don't get excited. As far as I know, this did not actually happen. I think he misread a typo. Oh, you think that the chatter said AOC should endorse. AOC command form endorse Zoran. Oh, god damn. See, like I was when I heard it, I was like, oh, finally. And it's like, nope. I don't know. Yeah, Zoran has been left hung out to dry, which is super fucked up. And they're giving Cuomo a chance to come back in. Right, chat, this doesn't not necessarily end. I mean, I don't know what Cuomo's plans are, but I don't think this necessarily ends with the mayorship, right? I think that allowing Cuomo to be elected to any office essentially, you know, dissipates any concerns with what Cuomo did, which is fucked up. You know, as much as the Republicans tend to benefit from the, you know, my candidate did something really horrible, but I don't care. I'm going to vote for them anyway. I feel like you know, having a rerun of Cuomo is a bad idea too. Taxi Cab Confessions was a wild show, especially for the time.
I haven't seen that, so.
We have the new newsroom on it. Is that true, or is it not? Anything I said before the sound of that music means that it's not necessarily
provisional.
Confirmed. Guys,
I'm looking.
Googling here.
Yeah, I don't know. Did that person provide a link?
I want this to be true.
Like, it's hard to prove a negative on Google. Like,
Yeah.
if it didn't happen,
Or on Twitter, for that
we're
matter.
not going to find anything that says it didn't happen.
I haven't seen that, and
nope. All right. Maybe that was aspirational. Folks, Matt, Russ, Brian, Emma, and Abstentia, great job today. Folks, see you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got.
My God, chat. Whisper of a Dream. Oh my God. Well, Sock Done Left is on Twitter defending AOC's non-endorsement. That's wonderful to hear. Beyond yeah, I don't see it, chat. I don't think it's happened. I don't think it's happened. That being said, chat, we have come to the end of our stream tonight. Let me all right. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, Patreons. Let me read out your names once again. Give you another shout out for supporting me on Patreon. So shouts out go to Orel Ellipses, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah Anderson, Nadia Yvette, Moe Noe, Crystal Saphira, Jules K, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Fowl, Hot Ham Radio, Good for Gabby, Buffy Geek Animus, And a fancy shout out goes to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, to Omega Star. I am going to be getting my visa. Just stay here to extend my visa for another 30 days, and hopefully, Chad, if I can afford this, Thai language course, I'll be going for my education visa. If you want to help me out with that, it's throne.com/nocommentchick. I've got a Thai visa fund. Is that what I called it? It's really like a Thai language education fund, but what did I call it? Thai visa fund. Yeah, Thailand visa fund. But if you want to help me out with that, if you want to help me be able to afford these language lessons, I got to pay a year up front, which is kind of my problem right now. The language lessons themselves aren't expensive. Just the fact that you have to pay for a year of them all at once is the problem here. And if you want to help me out with that cost, you can do so at throne.com/nocommentchick. Are we gonna do? Let me see. Why not, chat? Wait, Frogan is talking about Baldur's Gate 3? Okay, we gotta raid into Frogan. I hope I'm not pissing anybody off with this raid, but yeah, let's raid Frogan. Frogan's doing Baldo 3. Baldur's Gate 3. What's up, Dat Katie? Good to see you. Yeah, it's my new hair. It's my new hair. I just gotta get a new shampoo to moisturize this, because it's been through a lot, Katie. A lot of lightening, a lot of bleaching, a lot of shampooing, a lot of blow drying, and it's a little bit dry, but yeah, I do like the color. This wasn't the hair color I asked for anybody who's just getting here and finding this out. But this was the hair color that my stylist chose, because I guess I wasn't able to communicate with her, in Thai. So, like, I mean, I tried to show a picture and be like, this is kind of what I wanted, but she said, nope, you're going to be a ginger. And I became a ginger. Thanks to the vision of my stylist. But anyway, yeah, thanks to the mods. Thanks to the Patreons. Thank you to Thumb Gang for liking the video on your way out. We're going to raid into Frogan now. I will see you again, I think not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. So I'll probably take a day off tomorrow, try to get everything straightened out with the visa, see if I can make some progress on this educational visa, and go from there. But yeah, much love, everyone. And I'll be back on Friday. And hey, if you want me to, I'll hit you with some more Thai language. I feel like people were interested. You know, that was a fun little segment teaching you how to say dog and not accidentally say horse in Thai, because it's harder than you think, right? It's harder than you think to go to an animal shelter to adopt a dog and not accidentally come away with a horse, right? Because it's spelled almost the exact same way, but it's pronounced just a little bit different. So we will be back again. I will see you then. Much love, everyone. See you again on, I think it'll be Friday for you. It'll be Saturday for me. So